His career. International Championship runner-up in the autumn. He made a long-awaited Masters debut in January, just after becoming a dad to daughter Mia. And here he is, emerging for a fourth Crucible campaign after blitzing Snooker at the qualifiers. The one and only Chris Wakelin. And finally, to a player back to his best and back for a 20th Crucible campaign after missing out last year. Winner of this season's English Open and World Grand Prix titles, world champion 15 years ago. Can you hear the thunder from down under? Here's Neil Robertson.
Chris, we'll break, yeah. Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Well, I am Hazel. Sean's running from his earlier piece just in front of the camera. He's here now, and we're looking forward to this match immensely. Anytime you can get to see somebody of the quality of Neil Robertson, it's always a treat. And he's up against very much an improved player in Chris Wakelin, who's now up to 20 in the rankings. So he'll know he needs to be on his knock here today, Neil. Good match, Sean, isn't it?
Yes, good afternoon, JP. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, really looking forward to this one, not only to see Neil in action, as is always a pleasure, but as you say, Chris Wakelin, one of the most, if not the most improved player, certainly in the top 64 of the last few seasons. A winner in his own right, and playing with the confidence that winning brings. What a lovely way to get your championship up and running. Excellent long rep from Neil Robertson.
Neil Robertson won.
Yeah, Neil purposely playing that snooker in a way to leave the cue ball one side of the yellow, so that Chris can only come off one cushion and try and drop into the side of the pack. But of course, this is the one that's dangerous, this side. He could be sticking a red in the corner.
Foul. And now it's Neil Robertson 4.
Yeah, it's almost like a little sight of that one, Sean, isn't it? Where the player just sort of errs on the side of caution. He's had a good look at it now.
Yeah, the one thing you can't do is hit it the wrong side, isn't it? So you don't mind sacrificing the 4 points.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just trying to graze that red on the way through. Quick check to see whether he's left the red to the right middle. Doesn't look like it from there. Good shot.
Yeah, agreed. Done well to get out of that. Not leaving anything. And I do think it's interesting, Sean, that Neil's taken on, you know, a sports psychologist, and he's got Joe Perry working with him, and he's searching for something here, because for someone who's as good as he is, to only win this venue at this venue once and 15 years ago is a bit of a head scratcher, to say the least, because he's one of the best players I've ever seen when he gets going. But for whatever reason, in the last couple of years he's been there, his first couple of matches have been excellent, and he's run out of puff after that. But he's very, very capable of winning this championship. Make no mistake. Yeah, just looking there to see if he plays the dump shot and leaves the cue ball tight near the top cushion with that red pot past the black. That was his first thought. Because he is in a spot of bother. Let's see what he's sorted out. That was actually pretty well played from Neil there. Great pace on that. I say the cue ball had come tight onto that top cushion. He may have left that pot, but he played it in such a way it didn't quite reach. Have you played him this season, Sean? You played Chris?
You've put me on the spot there. I think I have. It didn't go very well from my point of view, I seem to remember. Not exactly sure where it was. It was out in China somewhere. One of those tournaments where... One of those matches, I should say, where your opponent just plays out of his boots and you shake their hand and you wish them well. And as I was about to say earlier on, Chris Wakelin isn't the player he was last time he played here at the Crucible. Lost first round in 2022, same again in 21. You think back to his debut here in 2018 where he had Judd Trump. Neither one of them could finish the match off. It went 10-9 in the deciding frame. He's not the person he was then. He's a proper player now, a real handful. He's got that belief. Doesn't just think he's good, he knows he's good now. He believes in himself, thinks he's going to win when he goes out. It's totally changed him. Once he gets going, he's got all parts of the game. Long potting, scoring, tactics, everything.
Yeah, last couple of safeties have had Neil thinking. Once again, he's got another situation. Neil Robertson, where he can't really get the cue ball back into the baulk area. So he's contemplating the dump shot again. Well, if this red goes, he'll definitely be having a go at it. I'm pretty sure it does. So Chris Wakelin had Neil Robertson in a whole world of trouble there. Yep, it definitely goes. Absolutely no reason in the world to refuse this. Well, he's taken the outsider. Thinks that's the better pot. Don't blame him. Same difference, as long as you can get him. So first real good chance from that excellent safety shot. They've played on 6 occasions, these two, and currently the scoreline is 5-1 to Neil Robertson. And actually, in 2024, Neil beat him both times to 1. So his record's pretty good against Chris, but you'll be aware, like we've been saying, that he's much improved. And these first rounds, Sean, as well, I mean, these can be proper banana skins, can't they? You just want to get over the line.
Nah, they're just brutal. It's just awful. You look forward to it so long, don't you? You look forward to walking back out of the Crucible, getting stuck into the tournament. But that first match, you're just never comfortable. You get through to the second round, the best of 25s, those 3 session matches. You feel like you can really get stuck into those. But these best of 19s at the Crucible, for some reason, feel like a bit of a sprint.
9.
Bearing in mind of 19 is the same length as the final of most other tournaments. You don't feel like you've got much room for manoeuvre.
The thing as well is, of course, the qualifiers are tuned up, and he finished a couple of days ago, so Chris himself had a nice, comfortable final qualifying match, 10-2 against Martin O'Donnell. So didn't take too much out of himself, but still had a match, which will blow the cobwebs away, so he's match-tuned.
15.
Which is why I think these opening sessions in these matches are always hugely important.
$16.
Yeah, had a couple of ways he could have played that shot, could have left the cue ball lower, and pushed out, but decided to play it this way. Looks simple, but need respect.
24.
And it's a nice start, isn't it,
31.
From qualifier Chris Wakelin. And I say qualifier because he is one of the players, with respect to all of the 16 qualifiers, he is one of the
32.
ones that you really wanted to avoid. Obviously, you fancy your chances as the seed against them all, but there was just a handful of them that you braced as we all listened to the draw on 5 Live this week. Neil Robertson's got his hands full here. Make no mistake about that.
39. 40.
Yeah, I was right on the ball with that one this week. I texted you, didn't I? I said, what time's the draw? And you said, it's just happened.
47.
I wasn't aware it had even been done that early, but there you go. So taking the loose reds fairly well so far. One next to the pink is potable. But now, with that lovely little cannon that flicks off, beautifully played.
48.
He played that cue ball into an area where he could have been on 3 or 4 colours there, but also manoeuvred a red into play, so it was nicely played, that. There's at least 3 of them in pot, if not more. So it was a good little cannon, that. That's really well struck.
51.
Seems in stroke right at the start of the match.
$52.
And this is where, if you are going to stamp your authority on a match at the Crucible, no mistakes from here on in. Make sure you get 75 plus and win the frame with a great chance. Show your opponent you're here to play.
59. 60.
Well, there you see it, 62 ahead, 59
67.
remaining. As is always the case, get the next ball as well. Stops your opponent coming back to the table for snookers. And now it's just about whether Chris can kick off his campaign with a century. It's been a good start, this.
Yeah, excellent. As I say, I would be saying to him, clear the lot up here. Just keep Neil away from having any pots at all.
Long way to go, obviously, but this is how you beat the top players, isn't it? When they make a mistake, punish.
74.
One visit, bang.
Yeah, it's very unusual. You get one of the top boys in so much trouble he can't really find a way out, but Neil Robertson's sort of attempted dump shot went wrong. Just couldn't find a path back to the baulk area. But this has been mightily impressive.
81.
Cue ball's been lovely in this break.
$82. $87.
Yeah, it'd be lovely to start his campaign off with a century. Absolutely no reason why he shouldn't get one.
88.
Another lovely little cannon, well judged.
$94. $96.
So just this green and brown for a very impressive opening frame. Beautifully constructed.
99.
Very clever. Nice little cannon he played earlier to flick the reds into play. How to make a break. Well played, Chris Wakelin.
$108.
He missed. Nevertheless, what an absolutely fabulous opening break that was from Chris Wakelin. Excellent frame of snooker all round. Very good safety, forced a mistake, and that century. And he leads Neil Robertson by 1 frame to 0.
Thank you. Second frame, Neil Robertson to break.
Oh, well, where's this red going? Where's it going? Over the pocket. So, frame one told us how Chris Wakelin's feeling. We're going to get a chance to see how Neil Robertson feels. Chance to put a few points on the board here.
One.
Beautifully played. Looks nothing, that. But next time you're in your club, have a go at that shot. That was an excellent shot.
Four. Five.
Interesting with Neil that, you know, we talk about him being back. Didn't really ever go away, you know, he just lost a few games. You know, people were playing really well against him, but he is definitely back. A winner again this season. But interestingly, has made the same amount of century breaks this season as he made last season. This just goes to show it's not all about 100 breaks.
12.
Yeah, this is the time to get into the pack. Off the blue, full ball into the pink with pace. Plenty of screw. No reds possible there, so this is exactly what he's played for. It's all about the split here.
12. Neil Robertson 13. Chris Wakelin 5.
Well, that's very unlucky. I was about to say before he played that shot that the fashion has changed slightly with that shot. Players are playing that shot softer these days. There we see the setup of the Reds. That 3-ball plant wasn't on, as you correctly said, JP, before he played that shot. But of course, when you start hitting the ball at that pace, the balls can squeeze, they can change direction. The trends have changed in the last season or so, where players are playing that shot, but they're hitting it softer. Surprised to see Neil play that at that pace. Still very unlucky.
What a chance this is, because the red to the right of the black spot is the key ball. Drop the pink in here, get on that red next to the black on the right, and everything is opened up. So this is a right chance that he didn't think he was going to be getting when Neil Robertson was on the blue. Obviously hasn't quite got that angle he wanted on that red to the right.
8.
He has now, so that's, well,
50.
easier said than done in the commentary box, but more of what you did in the first frame, because if you do it again, you'll be 2-0 up.
16.
Because these really are in a very nice position.
$23. 24. 31.
So already 23 points ahead.
32.
And really doesn't have to do anything complicated here to win the frame at this visit. Doesn't need the red by the right-hand middle pocket near the cushion. Will already be way over the line by the time he gets there. Just got to mind his work.
$39. 40.
Yeah, I suppose the only thing is just hard to see it going wrong with a little cannon into that cluster of 3. After a couple of shots is the only possibility you would think of it going wrong at all. I played a cannon a few shots ago that, well, I'm saying that, if he's finished straight on this red.
47.
He can still pot it, but he shouldn't have been straight. Got to put force into this shot now. So it's this cannon, basically. He's got to get this right. If this goes right, plain sailing. Just be able to flick the end red out. That's what he's looking at. So I would suggest this is pretty much frame ball if this goes right.
Well, it has gone right. He cannoned a bit more of that red than he intended to, for sure. That nearly went wrong, but it's okay. Red and a black for frame 2.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a quandary. He's a bit too close to the red into the corner. And the one, if he took it in the middle, is slightly more difficult cueing. So he's coming back to this one. Should just be able to pull his cue away. And he could.
56.
It just shows you how cruel this game is, doesn't it, Sean, at professional level. Is Neil Robertson thinks he's played a great shot, knocks the red in the
63.
corner pocket and has to sit and watch as his opponent clears up. Tough school.
It's always been
64.
the same, hasn't it? It's a cruel game. Nothing you can do about that once you sit in your chair. Could be your last shot. And it looks like it's proven to be that way here for Neil Robertson.
Yeah, I think I'm probably more impressed in this frame from Chris Wakelin than I am in the opening one where he made the century. Very easy to get excited when you see a chance like that presented when you're 1-0 up. But he's taken these beautifully well.
69.
With that same good cue action and nice tempo. Looking very strong.
70. Chris Wakelin, 70.
Well, the nod from Neil Robertson. Disappointing there from Chris Wakelin. Thought we were going to get back-to-back centuries. Neil Robertson in first. Very unlucky to knock a red in off the blue. But Chris Wakelin, with that break of 70, takes a 2-0 lead.
Thank you. Third frame. Chris Wakelin to break.
Well, that was a mile away, wasn't it? Played to pot that red with lots of left-hand side to swing the cue ball behind red and black to back to the baulk end. Caught it way too thin. Side doesn't work and collided into the black. But what damage has he done? Can Neil... It's not potting this red. That's the problem. It's getting to a colour.
One.
Couldn't have done much better there, to be totally honest.
Yeah, it was a mistake from Chris, but he didn't actually leave the world, did he? Pink wasn't potable. Black's gone to the side rail. Couldn't force up for the blue. So all in all, a bit of a result.
Funny little scenario this now, because he's got the gap between brown and green to get through, which is smaller than it would normally be. If he hits it hard enough to bring the cue ball back to this end, he hits the brown. But I think he just drops it in one cushion. I think he'll find that gap, and I think he might leave the long red, although he's looking at where to leave the cue ball for safety, so maybe he's not playing it.
Yeah, I think he's had in his mind it's safety. Looks like across the face of the green.
Robertson
he looked at a few things there, but he ended up doing none of them. Quite know that. If you're going to play that, you at least get the cue ball tight, but not the best attempt. And he now leaves Chris a chance to get in behind that green and brown, or certainly up in that area.
I was just looking at where Chris Wakelin was addressing the cue ball there, underneath the middle of the cue ball with right-hand side. If he's pushing these reds, he needs to be careful. Well, he's gone for the thin one. That's okay. Doesn't want the cannon on the brown. Good shot.
Yeah, I'm afraid, Mr. Robertson, that was self-inflicted. Very unusual for Neil to be so lax with his safety. Well, he's got, you could argue, what he deserved for the poor shot he played.
Well, he jumped up off that shot. He didn't feel as if the cue ball went in a straight line, and if it didn't go straight, then it could have been much worse than this. Chris going through the gap for the red to the middle. Big shot, this.
I'll tell you what, this will be some piece of cueing if he knocks this in. Not fluked it, has he? Not fluked it, has he? No.
I wonder how big that shot's going to be when we tell the story of these first 4 frames at the mid-session. Didn't need to do that. Wonder if that was one shot too many.
One.
Well, you can have 25 goes and not play it better than that. What a shot that was. Difficult sometimes when those reds are near the jaws, but played that to absolute perfection there, Neil Robertson. And if he can, in a couple of shots, get there where he's looking and get that pink on the black spot, that would be handy. Certainly make the break a lot easier. That'll be the plan.
Six.
Just needs a little bit of thinking about. That's why he's taking his time here, because one thing he doesn't want to do is leave an angle of the cannon and flick the pink spot into play, because pink going on the black spot would be much more beneficial. So tightly clustered around that area.
Doesn't want to overthink this though, JP, does he? If he's going to leave the angle that frees the pink spot, just screw back for the blue. Just leave the pink.
Seven.
Looking at playing the cannon again here to that area just underneath and to the right of the pink. Pushing reds to this right-hand corner pocket. He said before the tournament he was going to be ultra aggressive this week. That's another example of it there. It's almost gone wrong. He's got the red to right middle.
12.
But a choice, an example there of, you know, he said he would be aggressive and he was. Didn't need to play that. Trying to make something happen. That was excellent. Those shots are so much more difficult than they look on screen. There's hardly any middle pocket to go at there as you see the replay. Not only that, the red's obscuring his view to the centre of the cue ball, so that was very well played.
It just shows you the degree of difficulty in the breaks that both players have made here. Chris Wakelin's come to the table both times and balls have seemed lovely and he's taken them great. This has been absolute pure graft from the opening ball, really. Nothing easy.
18.
Still keeps wanting to get that pink if possible, but at the moment it's not very beneficial. As I say, probably if you knock it in, it'll go back on the spot now, I would think. You'd have to cannon something. So back up for blue. Is he hard enough?
19.
As you can see, he's the wrong side. He really is scrapping for this break. Neil Robertson just can't quite get the cue ball where he wants it. And this is a very good test of your cueing. 2-0 down.
24.
Got to be played with pace, this. Needs a quality strike.
25.
Well, that's not quite worked out as he wanted it to. Thought he might have played it with more pace to zip out for the blue or yellow. We always had the look of something that could go wrong playing for the pink.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought that's exactly what this was. When I looked at the shot, I thought he's got to play the deep screw here, get the cue ball out, but he's tried to do it to play on pink and, well, he's finished on nothing.
I think if he was 2-0 up, he'd be going for this pink in the yellow pocket, but got to get near the green corner of the table to block the red by this corner, using the black.
Neil Robertson, 25.
I think that's okay.
Oh, he's had a bit of a result there. Wasn't planning on having a cannon on that red, but turned out not too bad. Yes, I would suggest that was a pretty good shot from Neil Robertson there. I think he's got Chris in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, it's difficult to see what he can play here, isn't it? I think he can play the red like that's just below and left of the pink spot and play the safety shot back up into the corner he's in. That red might spoil this side of the table, use the yellow and blue as a blocker.
So he can get past the pink, can he?
Yeah, I think he can get to the left side of that red as we look. But he's sighted himself up for this red, pot this red, deep screw back to baulk for safety. Well, he didn't do the deep screw. I thought he might have done just to try and get the cue ball back. You know, I'm not sure about that shot.
I don't think he could get past. He can't have played that one if he could have got past the pink. He must have played the safety shot before that shot, because that was just, well, you put one of them in 50 shots. So he's got to face the consequences now. Because this is slightly better for Neil Robertson than it's been in the opening of this frame.
Seven. Eight. $14. $15.
Well, that's gone wrong. I'm not sure if Neil missed the cannon he played or
21.
just mishit it. The pink went in the right half of the pocket, which was probably an error, but don't think he can get through to the potted angle of the red. The red to the left of the cue ball does cut, but of course the red by the green is waiting, so that's far too risky. Nowhere near the line yet in this frame. Oh, well, he needs this red to come to his rescue because that cue ball's moved over to the side of the table, and this red nearest the cue ball
Robertson, 21.
potted into the yellow pocket until that red went over the corner. That wasn't a great shot at all from Neil Robertson. Has he left this red? Surely not. He has. this frame has now just all become about the red over the yellow pocket, hasn't it? We could be here a while waiting for this to be resolved. Neither player will want to give the other an inch here. Well, not sure what Neil played there. I can assure you none of us are good enough to judge the cannon to that red slowly to knock it half over the pocket. He certainly didn't mean to do that.
Surely he's not looking at the red in the middle trying to play a cannon onto the two reds over the yellow pocket.
Hold on to your hats.
He's not, is he? It's almost like a two-in-one shot, isn't it? Play the red in the middle and try and get the... Well, if he's playing this. This one comes off, folks. There we go. He is. Oh.
One.
Well, it's been a frame of hard graft for Neil Robertson, this one. And that last shot has presented him with a very decent chance now. 48 points ahead, 51 as we speak. You would think this would be end of this frame. As I say, the balls went great, but he was in, made a mess of his position. But at the moment, 2-0 down. Any frame will do, no matter how it comes.
5.
The only thing I would say here, JP, is that, you know, this might be slightly unfair because Neil didn't have much table time at all in the first two frames, but the table time he has had, his average shot time's way down at 31 seconds a shot. And much has been said about players, and including Neil. They're much better players when they get on with it and play at pace. Just has a tendency to drop into second gear sometimes, Neil, and look at things 2 or 3 times and make sure he's happy with everything, and then has another look and walks around the table a bit. He never plays his best when he plays like that. Much better when he gets on with it.
$14.
Yeah, important that he knocks this red in. He's 61 ahead with 51 on, but not when your opponent coming back and having the attempted snookers. So that'll put paid to that frame.
15. $20. 21. 27. 28. 33. 35. 38.
Well, it's not been the couple of clean kills that the first 2 frames were. And Chris was in with 108, 70, 38 already in this frame for Neil.
42.
But it doesn't matter about that. It's just about getting the score on the board. You never settle till you win your first frame. It's cliche, but it's true. You'll feel a lot better about things having won this frame and got on the scoreboard.
$53.
Wants to pot the lot. And that was much better from the thunder from down under. Neil Robertson gets on the score at last. He trails 2 frames to 1.
Thank you, frame 4. Neil Robertson to break.
You gone down the titanium route, have you, Sean, with your fellow?
No, I have not. No. Totally get it, and it makes absolute sense. If you were just starting to play, the route would be a low deflection cue with titanium, keep the cue ball straight when playing with side spin. It makes absolute sense. But for me, you know, I made the choice that I've been playing too long, got ingrained with the habits of my sighting too much to do what Neil's trying to do and relearn how to sight the ball at this stage of your career. I've chosen against that. But many players have made the switch. He's not on his own. And it worked in Hong Kong. Goodness me, 10-0 in the final. Doesn't get much better than that.
Obviously, an interval after this frame, and well, Neil Robertson comes out 2 each. After that start to the match, he'll be delighted with that scoreline. Chris Wakelin started like a house on fire with a century break and an excellent 70 break in the next, so he can come out 2 each. It'll be a job well done. May have left a chance of this in the middle pocket.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Chris actually went for that. He had a lot of left-hand side on the cue ball. You could see it swing off this black cushion to the side cushion. I don't think that was an attempted pot. But just the last thing on this tip ferrule thing, JP, if you're watching out there and you're trying to see the difference, watch out for mistakes on the thin side. If Neil does miss, watch for him to miss on the thin side of the pot, get safety shots wrong, they'll be thin. Bit like that previous safety shot, he caught it too thin, left the red by the blue. That cue ball now going in a straighter line from the tip. That's gone all sorts of wrong. Does the red above the cue ball pot to the green pocket? Black's waiting.
There's 1 or 2 shots from Chris, but a little bit ragged, has to be said, after that opening couple of frames. He's not going to get punished for it. Neil played that in such a way that it screwed the cue ball back to the top cushion. Probably made the pot a bit harder in truth, but head on the side of caution. two ragged shots, but that wasn't one of them. What a pot that was in the middle pocket. Best pot of the match so far, that, without a shadow of a doubt. And giving him quite a nice chance.
Yeah, this was great because you have to get somewhere near the pot to get the angle. Too thin, you hit the red by the blue. Too thick, you hit the yellow pocket. Got that perfectly back down for the black. Great shot.
Nine.
Well, knocking the pink off the spot and putting it on the side cushion didn't look the greatest thing, but Chris gets on the red next to the blue. It's a nice target. You don't have to put the pink full in the face. It's not there anymore. But no man's land there, really.
11.
Could have done with the cue ball a lot further down.
Chris Wakelin, 11.
Just gone off the boil a little bit, hasn't he? You know, he was into ice in the first two frames, made 108 and 70. Didn't score in frame 3, and that red wasn't close.
Yeah, it was quite a big chance, wasn't it, when you think about it? He only had to get from yellow to red, blue on the spot, pack. I say he didn't, I think, perfect angle to get into the red, so the way he played the opening 2 frames and the way he cued, that was actually quite a decent opportunity.
Excellently cued from Neil Robertson. He is so good at that type of shot. As we watched the red just wriggle in. I thought he'd missed it thin there, but it made its way in. Now, Neil will be loath to go into the pack again, as he did in the previous frame. Not sure if the red above the black pots. So he's played into them much more cautiously this time, and that looks like it's gone wrong as well.
6. Neil Robertson,
yeah,
6.
That shot was purely of a consequence of what happened with the first split that he had. Looked like one you did have to go into with a bit of pace there, but because he'd had a terrible result the first time, I do think he needed to hit that one a bit harder. It's very strange at the moment. What? It's been feast or famine, I'm afraid.
Well, I think at first glance he's been incredibly fortunate there to get away with that. Hit that totally wrong. Had to nearly miss that red thin on the left-hand side to get the cue ball behind the black. Having careered into the black, he could have left anything. Left nothing. Meanwhile, Neil's played the twice across, and he's left this possible plant to left corner for Chris Wakelin. Very interested in these. As you see, they're not set. They're nowhere near set, but he can hit that first red right of the pocket as we look. Maybe plant the second red towards the pocket. That was what he tried. Flick on the green. Taken on quite a big role this frame now, JP, for me. It's quite a big frame now.
Yeah, I agree. I just, as I say, doesn't seem to be any grey area at the moment with Chris's game. It's either been brilliant or pretty ragged. He's definitely got Neil Robertson thinking. Certainly had him thinking of 2-0. But one or two shots have just crept in and haven't been the best.
way short there with the cue ball, playing for the baulk cushion, of course, but that was much better than getting it wrong the other way and playing off the main cluster and knocking one over a corner pocket. That's why Neil chose to play the red on its own. He doesn't want to open the reds. More pace on this cue ball, wants to avoid the brown. Hasn't avoided the brown, and of course it's flicked in behind the yellow.
He's got a very good second prize.
Yeah, was just concentrating on getting a nice thin contact on that red. Doesn't really know where the cue ball's going, really. And to see it finish there, well, Chris Wakelin will be delighted. Neil Robertson won't be, though. Nicely played.
Just got to be a little bit careful. Obviously the bottom red, the one he's going to play off, the one below it to the left, could flick towards the corner if you're not careful. He's had a little look at that. So played it in a way that that red didn't get there.
Well, this time it's Neil's turn to be interested in a possible plant to left corner. Very close. It's there. And that's a very unlucky kiss on the brown. For all the world, it looked like he would have the brown for his next colour, but he's knocked it safe. As you say, JP, it was a funny one, wasn't it? Because Chris Wakelin played the previous safety shot, which left that plant. That plant was always there. Chris didn't see it. So just not playing with the same clarity as he was in the first couple of frames.
Yeah, and this is not straightforward to get out of this one. I mean, he was unlucky not to land on a colour there, Neil. I mean, he'd been scoring a few points, but the second prize behind the green, well, this is far from easy to get safe. I suggest he'll do very well to get out of this and not leave something. There we go. Well, as he sorted out twice across, trying to land on that cluster of reds at the back, is he? And he's found the gap. Nearly played a worldie there to get out of that, but has left Neil a pot.
One.
Well, he's definitely on the blue. And it looks like he can pot this and avoid the cannon on the green, so it's not as straightforward as it looks on the screen. This is a little bit thinner than you think. But it is the key ball. One good pot. Well, doesn't fancy the blue. Now he's looking at yellow. Just running it awkward at the moment for Neil. He potted that really good red before and canned the brown and had to play the snooker. It's not quite running great at the moment. So this is a little bit thinner than you think.
Three.
Yeah, that was nicely played, but even that's gone awkward, hasn't it? If he's further across the table, it's a simple stun shot for the black. Now he's got to play it with topspin and run the cue ball through, up and down the table. The harder he hits it, the more reds he's going to collide with. If he chooses to screw across the face of the black, that can go all types of wrong. Just awkward, isn't it, at the moment?
Four.
Well, with the angle on that red, he's done well to hold it at all for this. The problem, of course, can he hold the cue ball again to stay up for a red? It's amazing. It's just one revolution away he was off that yellow. He's just gone one more cycle of the cue ball. It would have been dead straight on the red, onto the black and plain sailing, but much more awkward now. Held that really well.
11.
So if I'm looking like that wasn't particularly promising when the cue ball was just past the blue spot, he's taken these last couple of shots very well indeed. It seems like every single shot he's playing, he's just come in the wrong angle. It is actually frightening how that can happen when you make the break sometimes. He's just off straight here. He's taken these really well, he has.
19.
Absolute precision with the cue
20.
ball. Last few shots to get this opportunity. And also imperative at the moment that he keeps that position on the black, because blue's off its spot, pink's out of commission, as is the brown and green. So the black is the ball you've got to keep getting on, otherwise you're running down the table.
$28. $35.
You guessed it, it's gone wrong. Honestly, it's just all running very awkward. Plays into the pack, finds the gap, comes back, flicks the red into a safe position.
Robertson, 35.
Yeah, good 35, and a bit unlucky with the cannon, and played an excellent safety shot. Yeah, that's what Chris was trying to guard against. He knew that little potential cannon was on. So it's a skinny one. But I expect him to knock this in. Wow. Wasn't even close, that. That was very thick.
Well, believe it or not, Chris is having a look at this red into the green pocket. It's the only red that leads him to the black. Play the red to the left middle, I suppose, and that would get him to the black as well, but that's very difficult. Red to right corner is the obvious choice, but tough to get on a colour properly from that red. And that's now the red he's looking at. Because he's bridging over this red, it's queuing down on the cue ball. It's not easy to get the backspin on to get up for yellow or blue. Cue ball's going to be bouncing there, but you can see from that previous angle there, this red is perfectly straight into the green pocket. Expect him to get this.
One. Eight. Nine.
Big moments in this match now for Chris Wakelin. 3-1 at the interval is massive.
Yeah, could have hit that last one a little better. Shouldn't be stretching here. Just didn't quite get into the cue ball. But good recovery. It's a little trickier than it should have been.
16. 17. 24. 25.
So if he takes blacks with these reds, he's going to need up to and including the brown. Pink's not in play, doesn't need it. So it's not as difficult an opportunity as it looks, this.
Yeah, I would agree with the green being near the top cushion. You've got nothing to do with the cue ball, just to face the brown after it. So it's these two reds are the tricky bit. Let's just see, sometimes on these tables first date, these aren't too bad.
33.
And it's all about position on this red, you would think. Would you be moving it or playing in behind it?
Doesn't need to move it. Just play in behind it. You know, trying to come off the cushion and hit the red can go wrong. Doesn't need to move it, just play for it. Well, that's absolutely fine as well. Didn't go wrong. Took the chance of it going wrong.
40.
Yeah, I mean, I said that to you, but knowing that players sometimes just, you know, they're all different, aren't they? Some would drop in behind guaranteed and some would play the cannon, but he's played that beautifully well. Worked out great. I wouldn't have blamed him if he'd have dropped in behind it either.
41.
So you would think this is the important ball. It's a natural angle up for the yellow. But it's not a gimme pot. Certainly not with the pressure knocking about.
He just doesn't want to be straight on this yellow, does he? Any angle but straight.
I think he's perfect.
48.
I say that now because he's got the angle to come off the left-hand side cushion, go towards the green. He can get close to the green. As you said earlier, JP, nothing to do with the cue ball once he gets to green. Brown waiting for him. So this really should be 3-1.
And I have to say, this has been a fabulous visit considering, you know, there was a little scrappy moment there. He got 2-0 up and played a couple of indifferent safeties and pots. Doesn't look quite the same player, but he's taken these beautifully well. So it's just this Brown for a very impressive 3-1 after the first session lead. Neil Robertson can feel slightly aggrieved. He's done a heck of a lot of graft in this last frame or so, and the balls were running awkward.
62.
So that's a lot of graft for not a great reward. Well, that one won't be going in anywhere. And that's enough for Neil Robertson. He goes out for the mid-section interval. And he's got plenty to think about. The Thunder from down under. He's 3-1 down to Chris Wakelin in the opening 4 frames.
Frame 5.
Hello, Hazel. And
Chris
hello,
Wakelin to
everybody.
break.
Nice cup of tea for both the boys. And there they go in frame 5. And well, Chris Wakelin had a hugely impressive start, opening 2 frames. Breaks of, well, over 170. And the break in the last frame was massive. Neil Robertson had done a lot of graft in that frame and got nothing out of it. Chris Wakelin's contribution to win the frame was very impressive. So the Australian knows, well, he knew when a draw came out, but he's in a very tough match. It's an excellent return from Neil Robertson. May just left the path. I don't know whether the pot's on without hitting anything, but he could just play the dump shot. Couldn't get past that particular red to get back down into the balk area, so just head on the side of caution. Will Neil be tempted? One of the best qualities of his game is his long potting. Excellent cue action. Pretty straight with that delivery of the cue. So here it goes. I don't think you've seen one of these yet in the opening session. Now, all I can say is too good. That was absolutely flush. I mean, just hit it too well.
Yeah, this was exquisite, wasn't it? You can't cue the ball any better than that. Zip the cue ball back.
Neil Robertson 1.
No prizes for guessing where he put the cue ball next, though.
Yeah. And once again, very similar to a situation in the last frame. Chris Wakelin will do very well to get out of this and not leave a pot anywhere. There's enough red spread around. I think he's looking at twice across the table, is he, and trying to glance that red by the black? Or is he going round the angles and trying to get into the back of it? Looks like it's round the angles. Try and drop on that red that's to the left of the black. This will be some shot. Well, he hit it, but he's definitely left it. Well, it's absolutely the perfect angle. As I say, he was in a pickle there, to be fair. If he got out of that and didn't leave anything, he'd have done very well.
One. Eight.
I would like to avoid this little cannon. Just wants to play through the gap, which he could do.
9.
Little bit too far up the table for the blue, if truth be told, for comfort. Not potting the blue that's the problem, it's controlling the cue ball. Not much room to play for the red at the base of the pack and to the left into this bottom right-hand corner pocket. The yellow looks straightforward enough to screw back down the table, so not sure why he hasn't already played that. I said this in the first few frames.
11.
This is the thing to watch for with Neil, in my opinion, having competed against him for many years. When he plays at pace and plays the shot he sees first, in my opinion, I think he's a better
12.
player. When he gets on his own case a little bit and starts looking at things 2 and 3 times just to check everything, I think he sometimes gets in his own way.
Robertson, 12.
There's a collector's item. Straight pink in the middle pocket. You don't see those missed from this fella. Can't believe that. I really can't.
Thank you. 1. Eight.
Lovely angle here now to play low on the black. So on his next shot he can play into the cluster of reds. We'll have the 2 loose reds
9.
in play as well. You can just see that shape of the cluster at the base of them now. He's looking to see if the top red of the 2 that are loose passes into this corner pocket. That tells me he's going to play for one of them, but I really think the split shot into that little open area is the shot now.
Yeah, I'm with you, Sean. I mean, if you play it, you sort of play it that way, you've got the insurance of that
60.
red that he's now on. If you'd have screwed into that pack with pace, you must have been cursed not to be on that red, but anyway. He's going to leave it till later for the opening of the cluster. All the players are different, of course.
17.
I was with you on that one.
Well, there's the example, isn't it? Because 2 shots later, he decides to play the split without the reserve
24.
red waiting for him.
I don't understand that at all. I really don't. The first time he was there, absolutely had to play that shot. You're guaranteed to be on the red.
Trying to cut this into the middle, you know. Bring the cue ball back round the table for safety. Not a terrible idea.
24.
I don't think he's left anything, so I understand him doing that, but that was a chance to win the frame there.
Yeah, that wasn't a terrible idea, but the shot 2 shots ago was. Cannot understand him not going into the pack there. Just makes the job so much easier.
Well, Chris Wakelin trying to tempt Neil Robertson, one of the best potters and break builders we've ever seen, into this red, into the yellow pocket. Blue waiting. I suppose Neil's just worried about if he tries to pot that red and screw the cue ball back for blue, he might leave the red to right middle, but you could screw back a little bit further, not leave it. Yeah, you see, he's coming up a minute thinking time here. He's just spiralling, in my opinion, here now. Just looking at things for too long. Just getting himself out of his own natural rhythm. And it's a funny one, rhythm, isn't it, John? Because it's not about necessarily, we're not talking about speed of play necessarily, and it doesn't really matter. We're not talking about the outcome of the shot, but it's just what it does to your own natural kind of flair and natural game.
Yeah, I agree with you about him playing better when he's quicker. I'm going to give him a little pass on that one, but because that did need a little bit of thinking about. But yeah, generally when he's at his best, he is more fluent. But as I say, that one probably needed a bit of thinking. It's one heck of a table now. It's either one good pot or one mistake. It's going to be very costly. This is tricky. So it looks like there's a red on the right hand side for the middle pocket, but trust me, in those middles there's virtually no pocket to look at. I mean, that is absolutely horrible. And at 3-1 down, he'd better make the right decision. Could screw this into the green. Try and keep the red up the table. Screw back down to Bork. Well, he went for the pot. Pretty close. He's just in charge in this exchange at the moment, Chris Wakelin. And he's got Neil Robertson in quite a bit of trouble. And that was an excellent shot he's played there. Key to that shot is to get that cue ball really tight onto the cushion. And he's done that. And he's covered the right-hand side red. So that was an excellent shot he's played. This one is very tough to get out of. Will he be tempted into a pot? May have to be. He's looking at that red, possibly into the middle pocket here. This is tough. Yeah, I'm not surprised. There was a huge amount of pressure, and I have to say that Chris Wakelin was really in charge of that exchange. That shot he played to get the cue ball tight on the top cushion was top draw.
One.
So just a matter of holding yourself together here, really, because the balls are spread, well, ridiculously nicely.
Three.
Didn't play the greatest shot there, though.
Four. Six. Seven. Fourteen. 15.
He has got a very nice delivery of the cue.
22.
And boys in the studio mentioned it earlier this afternoon. It's got a nice tempo to it. The rhythm, takes the cue back, pauses, eyes gets on the object ball, which is what you should be looking at. When you deliver the cue, you'll see it when he gets down to play next time. Very nice sort of pronounced pause in the cue action. It's just to get your eyes onto the object ball. Yep, that's how you do it.
23. Twenty-eight. 29.
Yeah, it's proven to be a tough match so far. And the pink in the middle he missed earlier was, I said, a collector's item. You don't see Neil Robertson miss many of those. That was an absolute stinker.
35.
Important red this coming up. A 46-point lead, 43 on, so just make sure you knock this in. Just keep your opponent away from coming back for the snookers. Yep, there you go. I don't know how many times that happens, but far too many when you sit in the commentary box.
One.
Well, he's potted it, but he needs to pot the black. Cue ball couldn't have finished any worse. 45 points behind. This has got to go in. Not reached.
Robertson, one.
Not reached. Currently, as it stands, 3 snookers, but let's say he must have been in his mouth when he saw that cue ball after he'd potted a red go tight onto the top cushion, because he really needed those 7 points badly. Well, that really should be under frame. One good piece of cueing. And Chris Wakelin is going to have a dream start. 4 frames to 1 against one of the favourites, you'd have to say, for this year's World Championship. Not there, but won't be worried about that, and that's enough for Neil.
And the frame.
And the 3-1 start that was good up to the mid-section interval. It's just become 4-1. And the Aussie is in a little bit of trouble.
Thank you, frame 6. Neil Robertson to break.
So Neil Robertson breaks off in frame 6. Wasn't left in much room for manoeuvre here to get out of trouble in this first session of this best of 19 first round encounter. Still plenty of time though for Neil. That's the thing about the World Championship and these best of 19 first rounders. In a normal ranking event, you'd be in trouble by now at 4-1 behind. You could do with starting to turn this ship around very soon. I think Chris pushed the boat out there, tried to pot that red. That's fine as long as you miss the red thick and keep the cue ball underneath the black. Missing it thin has let it run loose into this position. And now Neil Robertson, what can you make from here?
1.
Cannon's gone wrong already. If he's straight on this black, he can only go forwards. Where does the next red come from? There you see, he's just off straight going up the table, but how do you get on a red from there? You can only strike the very top of the cue ball.
Yeah, and the red that's to the left-hand side of the cluster doesn't pot up into the green pocket. That's covered by the red that's next to the blue. So if he ran that through, that pot's not available. Well, he missed a pink. There was an absolute sitter compared to this, because this is proper cueing. Tough shot, 4-1 down. Yep, tough shot, 4-1 down.
Neil Robertson 1.
Chris Wakelin was out of his chair like a rocket. And if you're Chris Wakelin, seeing this from your opponent, former champion, one of the best players of the season, you're thinking to yourself, what an opportunity I've got in front of me today. I'm sure Chris came into this match thinking he could win anyway. But the fact that he's seen Neil make a few unforced errors will definitely have given him encouragement. Lots to think about sat in his chair for Neil Robertson. A little wry grin on the face of Chris Wakelin, never in doubt.
Yeah, I have to say, by the way, that's a lovely little cluster to go in. If you want to go into the pack off the blue here, I mean, you could play into the pink if you want, and then you're going to fire off from the pink into the reds, or you can go straight into the left-hand side of the reds. Either way, it looks like you'd be very unlucky not to land on something. Which way would you play it, Sean?
8.
Well, I'm just not sure about the two reds underneath the pink to the right-hand corner. I'm not sure where they're pointing. But I'd be playing into the reds just slightly underneath and to the left of the pink. Wouldn't be hitting the pink. Just there.
I think the bottom one, well, unfortunately for him,
13.
that red has come and gone next to the black, because if that red wasn't there, this would be absolutely perfect. You just pop the red with the rest. And the black in the top right-hand pocket, but you can't do that now with that red popping up. Yeah, look at the angle on that red. It's absolutely perfect. But unfortunately for him, that red's come and obscured the black.
He's okay, though. He can get out for blue or ball colour. As long as he's top side, he's fine. Cue ball has crept top side of the blue. It's nearer than the blue than he intended. Probably play the green. Well, funnily enough, because he's played the last couple of positional shots incorrectly, he's now finished in a position
17.
where if he wants to play this red to left corner, he could take a chance and play for the black. Could play off the cushion, collide with the red next to the black, move it. Or he could play the red to the right corner and screw back for blue or ball colour. He's having a look at playing the cannon to that red. That's the one he wants to play. Problem is, if you play the cannon, you're on nothing.
Yeah, this is a pretty big shot. He's got Neil in plenty of trouble at 4-1 up. You've got to keep that pressure on him. This is a tough pot. Yep. More likely, for whatever reason, just to hit the black there than the red. It's one of those awkward shots. And as Sean said, if you do that and you don't get the cannon, you're on nothing.
I think we can put that down as a rush of blood to the head. That might have been one shot too many.
Yeah, I don't really see the value in it, to be honest. 4-1 up, keep the pressure on.
There's totally no need to give Neil this chance. And that looks like it's finished awkward as well. Maybe finished perfectly straight. Neil can't get down for a red, can he? He's coming round to look at the angle. Yeah, really not sure about that previous shot of Chris's. John, I know sometimes you can be out there full of confidence and going for your shots and you fancy everything, but sometimes you've got to read the room, and you've got your man struggling. Just keep him struggling.
Yep, maybe on that one. There's no need to you to force the pace. He's the one who's 4-1 behind. Don't know whether he's on even. Well, yeah, you can pop the one. The cluster of 5, the bottom one on the right there. You can take that with the long rest.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the opposite of the Midas touch is. But that's definitely what Neil's suffering with a bit here today. He's had several shots that have looked for all the world that they had to go right, and they've gone wrong. This is very awkward. Ah, well played.
Yeah, that blue he played, Chris, is the type of shot, Sean, that can inspire one of the, the top seeds to kick into gear.
Yeah, not least, he might have almost offended Neil with that shot. Well, almost you get out your chair and think, hang on a minute, my opponent doesn't think I'm playing well today, doesn't think I can win.
Yep.
Just gives you a kick up the backside. Well, another turn on that cue ball, and Neil again would have been on nothing. This is slightly more awkward than it looks. Don't think he can drop this in, cannon the red, and hold for pink to middle. Not sure he can squeeze the cue ball through that gap. That's what he's looking at now. Maybe he can.
Ten. Twelve. Yeah,
it's not getting any easier, this break. You keep potting them, you stay at the table. Keep talking about that blue Chris Wakelin played, but I wonder how important that can be when we tell the story of this match.
Yeah,
I don't think I remember a session where Robertson's had to graft so hard to make breaks. It's just been, everything's running awkward, and when he's come to the table, balls haven't been great. Yes, he's missed 1 or 2. Pink in the middle, particular, was a sitter, but other than that, it's just been awkward
19.
all the time and keeps landing on the wrong angle. You can have those sessions with. We've all had him.
Well, that was definitely a day 1 shot. This doesn't go in on day 3 or 4.
26.
Brand new cloth, brand new set of balls. Just making the pockets perform on the generous side, as I say, as the cloth wears and the sets of balls wear, That wouldn't have gone in a few days' time. Now needs the angle on the blue to get into the reds, unless those two reds at the bottom are a plant to this bottom right-hand corner pocket. They're not far off.
I know one thing, they're going to be trying to made into one, because I can't see how he gets positioned otherwise. So he's going to try and make that into a plant. Well, you could do that and play an incredible pot, and once again, could have come out a lot better.
32.
I mean, has he actually got a pot here? I mean, that was some effort to pot that and screw back in there. Look at the reaction on the cue ball, but well, is he on anything?
Yeah, the game tests you sometimes, doesn't it? It's a test of your shot selection, skill, ability, and patience. And that's what's being tested here now of Neil Robertson. That's the question that the snooker gods are asking of him. How patient can you be? Because he's played a number of shots this afternoon that, on another day, if they go right, he might be 4-1 up. Eventually, if you keep playing the right shots, it turns.
Yeah, Neil's looking if he can play a stun off this red and put the cue ball behind the black and try and cover nearly all the reds, because if he hits it down towards the yellow pocket, this red, he might cover everything. Well, that was the intention, but it's not gone right, and if he stuck the red up...
32.
I didn't get that one at all. I like the idea, but he's certainly left the pot for Chris Wakelin, or the opportunity of one. Tough shot, we know.
Well, he's looking at the red to the middle, but surely the red over the left-hand corner pocket is the shot here. It's not easy by any stretch, but it's a lot easier than this one. Oh, what a shot that is. Goodness me.
Yeah, phone the police. Neil Robertson's just been robbed. What a pot that was. That's as good as he's potted in the whole match. Absolutely fabulous. And can he hold himself together to take a 5-1 lead? The balls are all there.
8.
This is not about has he got the necessary skill level. This is about has he got the nerve. Because you can start to get excited here. You're not the seed.
9.
Most people aren't expecting you to win. And you've had a great opportunity to guarantee a lead into the next session. Because if he wins this, only 9 frames in this opening session, he'll get to 5 and guarantee that lead.
14.
So big visit.
$15.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a choice, but perfect on the brown here, just to stun down off the side cushion for the red next to the pink. $19. So you have to say, Sean, he's played one of the best
20.
shots and one of the worst shots in this frame. And it's the best shot that looks like he's going to get him over the line.
Oh, it'd be fully deserved as well, wouldn't it? What a shot that was. Red to left middle.
I mean, that'd be a good pot on a club table, but one of these championship ones with a quarter of a pocket to look at.
25.
That was a phenomenal pot.
$27.
And he is holding himself together very well.
30.
Looks straightforward, something you've done thousands of times in the club. Clear the colours, but it's not the club, you're at the Crucible Theatre, and you're playing one of the game's greats. And Neil Robertson, well, he's definitely in a bit of trouble. One of those sessions for Neil.
39.
Everything's looking hard fought. Positional play, scoring, everything's running awkward. And you have to say his opponent is mopping up
45.
very well. Excellent. Chris Wakelin having a dream start. Couldn't have asked for anything better than 6 frames. He leads 5 frames to 1 against Neil Robertson. It's good stuff. Wow, what a positive choice of shot that was. And the flick on the brown, goodness me. I mean, that is just so positive. And look at that kiss off the brown. Well, he's not afraid to be in front. You might find that a very odd statement, but it happens quite a lot of times when you have a look up the scoreboard and you realise you're doing so well. Looks like he's going to maintain that positive attitude.
Yeah, this is where you've just got to stay in your bubble, isn't it? Don't really look at the scoreboard. Don't think about what you're doing. Just think about your process. Same shot routine, same amount of feathers, shot selections, all the rest of it. Just stay in your bubble. Don't get involved.
Yeah, not the most straightforward positional shot here. Red that's on the left-hand side is 4 above the pink. The left-hand side one is available, which he's tried, I think, to get on, but hasn't made a particularly good job of it.
10.
He's got, and the outside one would have potted as well, which he hasn't got on either. So it's almost like he played in an area there, Sean, and didn't get on either of them.
Yeah. It's one of the worst shots he's played all day. Oh, where's the pink? The pink's close. Oh, he's put it over the pocket. Extra spin on the cue ball, and he can get through the gap. Incredible.
I mean, it's one heck of a pot he's taken on, but what a result he's had there. I mean, even the side off the cue ball when it hits the ball cushion comes to the gap. Watch this. Pots it. Pink looks like it's going in. Jaws. But watch the side off the ball cushion. Widens it out perfectly on the pink. I think he's made his mind up. He's going for it.
I think he's just starting to struggle a little bit, Chris. I think he's struggling with the enormity of what he's achieving here. That wasn't a great pink. He had acres of room to get on the next red. And that red just wriggled in.
18.
He's fighting with himself here. These next few minutes are massive.
The red that's just to the right of the pink is potable, as indeed is the one below that.
23.
So he's just not got the cue ball at the moment where he wants it. But if he pots this and gets around the angles for the blue, which just about went in off the far jaw, he's back in prime position.
24.
Not the easiest table I've ever seen, has to be said. Red next to the black is no good. One next to the pink likewise. So he's got a bit of work to do.
And that's been the difference, isn't it? Another little grin on Chris's face.
29.
He knows he got that all wrong. It wasn't the red he played to Cannon. There's been quite a few of those shots that Neil Robertson's played that have gone wrong. And there's been a few of them that have gone right
30.
for Chris. You've still got to stand up and pot them, though. And Chris Wakelin has been excellent at that so far today. He's had a couple of 30s, 50-odd, 60-odd, 70 and 100. Definitely been the better player of this session, but he has also had Lady Luck on his side.
36. $37. $43.
Yeah, that was a lovely strike of the cue ball again. I think he's just got the angle just to come back down towards the red next to the pink, which he does have. I think
48.
well, he played that. I think he had a bit of side on that one, which he probably didn't need.
$49.
Oh, this will be a good shot to land on something. Played the cannon. Is he on anything? Maybe
54.
one in the middle. Although that's not easy. Now, Chris, you've got a 54-point lead. You're 5-1 up. It's a bit risky. You pull your horns in. Be happy with your 54-point lead and see the rest of the frame out. Or do you go for it? You've certainly gone for it in this frame, that's for sure. So I think we know the answer to that now.
Chris Wakelin, 54.
Yeah, I don't blame him actually the way he played it. Unless he hasn't, I don't think he's left the red on. obviously thought that would go, and it didn't. Would you like to be presented with your next opportunity?
1.
Yeah, he's definitely rattled at the moment, Neil Robertson. Any second now, he's going to be 6-1 behind.
Six. 7.
Interested here to see if Neil Robertson
12.
carries on. I'm sure he will. 66 behind, 59 on. So it's only 2 snookers. Not 100% sure why Chris would choose to bring that red off the side cushion.
Chris
It was
Wakelin,
one of
12.
his bankers. I know he's snookered Neil on 3 of the 4 reds, but that red didn't need to be moved. The black going all the way up the table hasn't helped Neil's cause at all. But we've seen frames won from worse positions than this.
One.
Well, I'm sure Neil will go for the blue. He needs the points, and if it doesn't go in, I'd say that could be curtains for this frame. And there is the concession from Neil Robertson. All at sea so far, the Aussie. We said earlier on it wasn't alarm bells. It is now. He trails 6 frames to 1.
So, frame 8. Go on then. Who thought it'd be this scoreline? 6-1 to Chris Wakelin. And the Australian Neil Robertson is in a whole world of trouble. 2 very big frames to complete this session, and you feel the Aussie has to win both of them. Might just be too big a start to give somebody of Chris Wakelin's capabilities, unless he wins the last 2 frames. Can he do it? Yeah, it's a real struggle And of course, when it is a struggle and you miss a pot, you seem to leave everything. So, whilst it requires a good bit of cueing, and the middle of the cue ball, I fancy Chris is going to knock this in.
1.
Just. So all he can do really is tuck him up in behind the brown. He's tempted, Sean, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He desperately wants to win the frame at this visit, send a message, all of those other things, but this brown's very, very missable. It's much thinner than it looks. The yellow's in the way. Don't like this at all.
Yeah, well, he took 2 on in the last frame that both paid dividends. This one's equally as hard.
Chris Wakelin 1. One.
Well, in the context of what's happened in this match and so far this afternoon, if he takes this yellow on, this is one big shot. 6-1 down. Great pot, but when you don't want the cannon, that's what you get.
3.
Very awkward situation, this, for Neil. Needs to keep everything safe here. Be a massive turnaround if he could somehow win these last 2 frames of this session. 6-3 is totally different.
Robertson 3.
Good return of safety, this. Excellent. Chris Wakelin. Yeah, we talk about all the wonderful sessions played in the Crucible Theatre and people playing stellar sessions of hundreds and 80s and frame-winning breaks, but sometimes just getting out of a session when you haven't had your best and someone's been on top, they can almost feel like winning sometimes. If Neil Robertson could get out just 6-3, he'd still have hope in this match.
Big target over behind green and brown this time for Neil to try and get in behind, but must make sure not to knock a red towards this bottom right-hand corner pocket. That's more important than where the cue just banged his cue, where the cue ball finishes. Excellent.
Yep, top draw that return. You can see the cueing off the side cushion there. A perfect contact on the red. Yeah, just thinks he can drop into the side of the pack here. Is there enough pace? Is there enough pace? No, no
Foul.
puff.
And I miss Chris waiting for.
Absolutely brilliant line. Well, they just nestled into those reds perfectly. So it'll be take 2. Doesn't want to slip off the side of that pack because he'll leave a red.
Chris, thank you.
Once again, this is nicely played here. Another excellent cue ball. 3 shots already in this frame where he's been perfectly in behind green and brown. I'm wondering whether it's the same shot into the side of the pack or it's the 2 cushion escape. I think that's fine. I don't think he's left anything. Might have to be a similar shot to the one he's just played when he clips off the side of the reds and back in behind green and brown with the long rest again. Looks like the obvious shot. Be quite difficult to judge these with that extra weight, the cue extension, and all things to consider. Yeah, lots of times you come up short. That's exactly what's happened. It's not the same as playing it with just your own cue and not that extra weight on it. So he's given Neil Robertson semi-chance. Can't say this is easy, and certainly not the way the session's gone for Neil today. Good clean pot. Now, Neil, can you go to work? Very important visit this is. If he wants to stay in this year's World Championship, got to score here.
Seven.
Yeah, just slightly overscrewed that. Wanted to be high on this red that's on the black spot, so he could have just potted that from there where he's looking and then got on the black easily. But he's just overscrewed the pink. So decided he's leaving himself that slightly trickier black. Yeah, it's just all been a mighty struggle today. Positionally, it's just been really hard for him. To his credit, he keeps digging pots out at the moment.
16.
Just can't get that cue ball where he wants it. Yeah, well played. Now,
21.
plenty of power. Screw back for blue.
22.
And this is looking like a superb opportunity. As I said, one or two shots have gone awry already in the start of this break, but he's got them in really good position now.
Well, not for the first time today, Neil, taking several loops around the table to solve a problem that, certainly from the commentary box, looks straightforward. Play down for that red that goes past the black, and if you're not on it, you'll be on the one underneath.
27. $28.
Yeah, this is a wonderful opportunity. Reds are spread lovely. Even the little cluster of 5 at bottom 1 pots before you have to do anything. So absolutely
35.
no excuse here for not taking this frame. And he'd like to do it in one visit with a decent break, with some rhythm.
36.
6-3 as opposed to 7-2 down is absolutely huge overnight. He'll know it, and so will his opponent.
You really have to take your hat off,
43.
though, to Neil Robertson, I think, in this situation. He's trying so hard on every single shot.
44.
This is a player who's won everything. Was the first player to make 100 centuries in a season. One of the best players the game's seen, certainly in the last 20 or so seasons, and he's putting everything he's got into every shot here. Fighting against little flicks and nudges and
51.
bad kisses and cannons, till finally he's got them just where he wants them.
52.
Room for a big last frame here, JP.
No doubt about it. As I say, 6-3. He's far from out of this year's championship. 7-2. Very much an uphill battle, so it's going to be a huge final frame if Neil just does what he should do here and takes frame 8. It'll be one of those bizarre session scorelines, Sean, won't it, where Chris Wakelin will be very happy, and so will Neil Robertson to get out of it.
59.
So we said he'd have to win the last 2 frames. He's definitely now won this one.
66. 67.
Showing here why he's
74.
been one of the best players on the circuit for a long, long time. Lots of character.
75.
6-1 down. Probably hitting the ball here as good as he's hit it in the match. And make no mistake, his opponent has been very good today. Chris Wakelin has been excellent. Mopped up when he's been given the chances. Brilliant century in the opening frame, 70 in the second. It's been a good match. Well, there's no doubt Robertson's been second best for most of it.
90.
But here he's showing a fair bit of character.
91. 98.
Excellent from Neil Robertson. Really showing his character here. Still a long way to go, but great way to start the fight back. This is 42nd century of the season, and it gives him a chance of trying to get out of this session 6-3 behind. But at the moment, it's 6-2.
The final frame of the session, Chris Wakelin to break.
So Chris Wakelin breaks off in the final frame of this first session.
Quietly, please.
Lots of noise from the other side of the arena as their session is finished. And what a vital frame this is going to be. 6-3 would feel almost like a get-out-of-jail-free card for Neil Robertson. JP, try and take us into the mind of Chris Wakelin here. If Neil Robertson wins this frame to trail 6-3 overnight, is Chris Wakelin delighted, would have snapped your hand off for it at the start of play, or is he slightly reticent that he was 6-1 and now it's only 6-3?
No, I'm in his camp, I'm in there and I'm telling him, well done, you've got a fantastic 6-3 lead, and that's the way he has to be thinking about it. You know, someone said to him, you can have 6-3 against Neil Robertson. Wow, that'd be just, yes please. So whoever's with him in his corner, he'll know himself. He's been around the block. That 6-3 lead is absolutely fantastic. You can always, you know, ask for a bit more, but 6-3 would be a great scoreline. As I say, the way the situation is, it's one of those bizarre ones where both players will be able to take something out of it. Sounds odd, but that's how you think as snooker players.
You see the frame scores at the bottom of your screen, bookended by the 2 centuries by the lads. It's been a really good session. Chris Wakelin definitely been the better player. And as we've said a couple of times, you know, he isn't the player he was on his previous visits. He's a very much improved, proper player, a winner. And he's shown that today.
Oh, that nearly went very wrong there. Cue ball would have dropped in the pocket. There'd have been an absolute gimme from the balk area. Who pot this red? A good chance to get tight in behind the green here, though. I know it sounds daft, but if he could have got that right in tight, he'd have stopped this escape down the side cushion that Neil Robertson's going to play.
I'm just wondering if that cannon on the reds has knocked the 2 reds near the pink spot into a plant to left middle. Chris hasn't come around to look at it yet. I'm sure he will before he plays this shot. Yeah, he's coming down now to look at those 2. They weren't there before Neil played that shot. They are on. Just depends on how close the 2 reds are as to whether he has to squeeze this, whether the plant reverses on itself. But if he gets this right, if he goes for this plant and gets it, could be away here. Well, he's considering just rolling into the cluster, so there must be something there that you can't see from this position. Just coming up a minute's thinking time about this shot. It mustn't be as straightforward as it looks.
Well, I can assure you, the shot he's taking on isn't straightforward either, because he's going to need all sorts of equipment. Might need the spider, can't get it near the blue. Yeah, not. This is very awkward. You gotta make sure you don't hit any other ball here on the table with the rest itself. Miles away with the tip from the cue ball. This is not nice. What a pot. Beautifully potted, but obviously the cue ball was running down the table and it's come in a really awkward spot. Don't even know whether he can get in behind green and brown.
No, and it's in that horrible place, isn't it, where the slate join runs along that part of the table. If he's playing this dead weight, it could turn off. Well, he hasn't. That's a nice shot. Well played. That's tight in behind JP.
Yeah, that has made the world of difference, that one. Yes, you cannot come off the side cushion too. I have to say that red he's potted with the long rest was miles better than it looked on the screen. That was a really good pot. And where he's put him here, it is trouble. I don't even think he can come off the side cushion to play for the red that's closest to the brown anyway. I don't think he can play that shot. He's got so tight in.
Yeah, and the yellow's in the way for the 2 cushions. Baulk cushion first, right-hand side cushion, and rest into the reds by the pink spot. The yellow's in the way for that.
Yeah. Don't even know. Oh, you can sort a shot out here. What's he looking at there? He's thinking of going around 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions and coming into the back of the reds. That's what he was looking at over there. Yep. Blame him for thinking time here.
That's the shot he's looking at. I mean, it looks horrific, doesn't it? But that's, I mean, I don't see anything else. We got the first sort of 2 or 3 parts of it correct and got to the black cushion at the bottom of the table and was going into those reds. You know, he'd have quite a big margin to go into, but he's going side cushion first. Where's he going here?
Foul. And it's Chris Wakelin 4.
I've never seen Chris Wakelin sit down so fast.
Okay, Chris, thank you.
So, take 2. We all know what he's trying to do now, but as I say, the degree of difficulty on this is so high. Same shot. Exactly the same shot.
And a miss. Chris Wakelin 4.
Yeah, he's a ball's width away, isn't he? He's trying to hit the other side of the red, actually. He's trying to hit the left-hand side of the red as we look. He doesn't want to clip it on the inside. He's trying to clip it on the outside. So he's 1 ball's width away from getting this right. That translates to a mil at the top end of the table.
Foul. And a miss.
It's getting further away from it, JP.
Yeah, but as I say, it is a stinker he's in. No doubt about that.
Chris.
So, take 4. You know, on the first glance, that's not too bad, is it? Maybe it might be the long rest again. Looks like it, doesn't it? That's the only pot.
Yeah, I just wonder here whether this is a situation, whether this is just a shot that you feel entitled to go for. It's very, very difficult, that red, with the extended rest. It's very thin, queuing over the second red. Not sure about that. But you had your opponent in so much trouble. Sometimes you feel like you deserve to go for a pot at your next visit. It's not always the case.
Yeah, he's obviously itching for a pot, but there isn't one there, is there, other than that one? So, looks like he's going to skin out. But even that's not great. I mean, the yellow being where it is a bit of a problem. Because he'd like to play thin off the pack, and that yellow's right in the way on the side cushion. So he may be going back to the pot again. I feel absolutely certain that if that red that's above the cue ball wasn't there, he would be taking this no problem. But because that red's there, it's going to make it so much more difficult. We'll soon find out.
The last thing you want to do here is you've worked so hard all afternoon, though, is to just play this shot. A shot you don't really want to play. And leave it in the jaws of the pocket for your opponent.
Okay.
Doesn't have to go for this, don't forget. He could just play the cue ball safe on the back cushion. Doesn't have to go for the pot. No, I think that could be the right decision there, Chris.
It's coming to something when you're laughing at yourself, taking a pot on. As I say, that yellow is just an absolute nuisance over there. That's what he's looking at, you see, because he'd love to just thin off this.
Got to get that so thin, though, haven't you, to get in behind the green and brown to cover the red to the middle. Made a good job of it.
Yeah, what it does show as well, Chris having a laugh at himself, is how much he's enjoying being out there. So I could giggle to himself thinking, what am I doing here, taking this shot on? But great to have that wherewithal, enjoying the situation.
Well, same problem for Neil Robertson as he's looking at these reds. Are those two reds a little plant to the left-hand corner pocket? Can he get to them? Can he cover the red by the corner? Can he cover the red by the brown? Do they squeeze off the other red? Doesn't want the cannon.
Oh, that is just about okay. What a difference that made. He'd have got a full ball on the green there. He'd have been leaving a red. So he's done well to get out of that situation, because it wasn't straightforward. Good shot again.
I'm sure Neil's next shot will be an attempted pot of some kind. The red to right corner, maybe. Screw the cue ball over to the left side cushion. Wouldn't be leaving much. He would be leaving a red. That's what he's played, red to right corner. Missed it thin, not for the first time. And he has left this red to left corner, but I'm not sure what Chris can do with the cue ball. Can he avoid cannon in the second red?
Well, I have to say he's been extremely positive in his shot selection all day. Is he going to continue here? Looks like it. Change your plan.
Yeah, it's where the cue ball's going, isn't it? It's not the pot. It's the fact that the cue ball, you can't stop it from hitting that second red. Well, in the end, he's played the gap. And he's lovely on the blue. Great shot.
One.
That's a proper shot right there. That's a proper shot. Played that absolutely the right way. Played it with control, got through the gap. And the bump on the middle pocket was an added little bonus, but he deserved it after that pot. That was played to perfection. Yeah, good red to play on this, because you'll free the pink spot up. So get this pink back on its spot. Chances even better, because obviously black out of commission. Just having a little peruse to make sure he can see which goes and which doesn't. Massively important visit, this. Goes without saying.
have loved to have just pumped that cue ball a bit further over the table. He's going away from his next red here and doesn't want to get sucked into the temptation of trying to free the black. Doesn't need to do that. Can win this frame and take that 5-frame advantage with just pinks. He doesn't need to get sucked in.
Thirteen.
Not the cleanest contact there. Cue ball seemed to go a bit dead as he jumped off the bed, almost like a kick. But he's come pretty straight on the blue. Should be able to manoeuvre the cue ball.
He's got the kind of touchy-feely one, hasn't he? Just screw back a few feet for the red, 2 from the pink to the left, or he can screw back to the black cushion for the red nearest left corner. That would be my preference. Yeah, here it comes now. That's the shot I think was the right shot there, JP. He could get through that.
Yeah, and also...
19.
Yeah, I mean, the circumstances, you always want to hit them a little firmer, but also you were guaranteeing yourself a shot at one here, weren't you? Had such a massive area to play in. Slightly overhit there for the pink. So it'll be blue again, you would think. That's a choice.
I mean, if he has to use the rest for the pink, I'm not sure. He's quite a tall guy. He might be able to stretch for the pink and reach it, but the screw off the pink in behind the 2 reds together for the right middle looks the shot to me. And he's a very competent rest player, very strong usually. Can get through this nicely for choice of reds. Yeah, perfectly played.
Yeah, very nice. Really well cued, wasn't it?
26.
Slowly but surely, this is turning into quite a decent chance. Already got that 39-point lead. He's got to mind his cue ball for the next 5-10 minutes or so. And he'll be taking a monster lead into the second session.
27.
Yeah, just a little bit of a stretch there, so quite rightly stopped himself. Yeah, played that nicely, played it into an area there where he had 2 possible reds.
Chris Wakelin, 32.
Wow, that was a big miss. Well, it could be. He's looking very comfortable there. 45-point lead. Still a big ask for Neil Robertson, but of suppose he's been given a bit of a lifeline.
Well, if Neil Robertson could somehow dig himself out of this hole, it would really make him feel good overnight, even though he would be trailing by 3. On the flip side of that, Chris Wakelin would have snapped your hand off for 6-3 at the start of the session, but having had that chance to get to 7-2, if he loses this frame, his dinner might not taste so sweet tonight. The mind of a snooker player is a funny place to be.
Yeah, you don't want to visit there very often, I can tell you. It's torture out there.
Seven. 13.
Full stretch to reach this, queuing over the yellow. Might have to play it with a hint of right-hand side, check side in this case, to get out for the pink. That just ups the level of difficulty on this shot. Full stretch. Yeah, could miss
14.
the cannon on the red. They're all just in each other's way from the left-hand side of the table. If he could get over the right side of the table, he'd be fine, but somewhere near there accesses that red underneath the black.
$20. $21.
I suppose just looking ahead, if we get that far, he's going to need the yellow as well, which is pushed towards that side cushion. So it's a long way from straightforward, this.
$26.
Yeah, this might bring things back into play. Here we go.
$27. $32.
Yeah, I mean, he can pot this red, obviously. He probably won't want to play on the black, that's the problem. That red, the black will definitely spot there next to that loose red, and it will tie it up. So, hence playing on the pink.
33.
There's no value at all on black.
I think there's value playing for it after the red by the black spot, though, John, because that red on the back and bottom cushion is much easier if the black's on its spot, waiting for him.
100% agree. That'd be my way of thinking. Not the pink, red off the black near the black spot, up for the black, and you see where you queued. Obviously, as a left-hander, that red on the left-hand side cushion is lovely for Neil.
Well, that does look like his route. He's just been up the table to see where he wants to be on the black. So when he was playing that pink, he was 4 shots ahead of himself there. Just trying to plan out the easiest route to mop these reds up. So back up the table for the black. Good thinking that. That
40.
gets the black back down on its spot, which makes the red on the back cushion easier.
I have to say, this is some effort, this. Can you consider what he's had to go through this
47.
afternoon and how well his opponents played, and the balls have been awkward and hasn't really had any
40.
great fluency. The last frame was probably the best he'd hit the ball. And being given the opportunity after Chris Wakelin missed the, well, you have to say, a very poor red, 45 points in front. This is some effort from Neil Robertson.
Yeah, the problem here is getting to the yellow from this side of the table.
55.
No problem getting on the black, but can you get on in a way that makes getting to the yellow easy? Whoa, well, you've got to pot the red, Neil.
Neil Robertson,
And if
55.
he's got away with it, he's been very lucky.
Well, he's had plenty of bad luck all day, but he's just had one dollop of good luck because it was a poor miss. I think he's got away with it.
Longest frame of the match so far, coming up on the half-hour mark. That tells us how important it is. They're all important in their own way, but this frame carries with it such an air of importance. Difference of 5 frames or 3. Chris Wakelin would have took either at the start of play.
Interesting to see what shot he'll play here, Sean. He could play thin. He could screw into the cushion, hit it up from behind, send it down the table. He's played that way. And he'll be happy enough with the result. Isn't how he played it, but it's not the worst.
Well, he can consider himself very fortunate, can't he, having hit the blue? That was a mistake. He's left this extremely awkward. Neil needs that red to get tight on the cushion. Tight on the cushion, he needs it. This is awful. This isn't nice at all. Not easy to get safe, though.
No, you can just play it very thin. Send it off the side cushion, back onto the top cushion. That's the one. And you should get a bit of cover, because down there in the green pocket, if it travels, you'll have him behind the blue. Oh, he's not got him entirely, but it's still not nice.
That's an excellent shot. Controlled that perfectly. Dumped the red on the side cushion. Both players now just focusing on getting that object ball safe. Doesn't really matter where the cue ball finishes, but that red's close to the middle. Not sure he played it. Close. It's all gone a bit nervy, John.
Yeah, it's not so clever out there either. Goodness me, that looked like it was going to be the cocked hat, didn't it? The cocked hat double.
Well, I wasn't sure in real time. I think having seen the replay and the pace he played it at, I think he did play it. And he was right, wasn't he? You know, the way it's finished, he wasn't leaving it should he miss it.
Yeah, Neil's turned to get a little bit fortunate. Didn't play it like that. But it's all, as you say, a little bit nervy out there. Don't blame them. This is an absolutely huge frame in the context of this match. Got a really good chance to get him snookered here. Really good chance. Yeah, that's all you need to do there. Just play that. Doesn't matter where the red goes there, just get the cue ball. So he's definitely got an advantage here now.
Yeah, it's not just about hitting this red, is it? Which isn't straightforward. He's got to swerve around the brown, miss the pink, get the cushion with the side and hit the red. If he goes that way. He's not just got to hit it, he's got to get it safe. This is smelly.
So it's a chance for Chris Wakelin, but as Sean mentioned earlier, the yellow is looking like it could be the frame ball. I mean, from the angle they showed us there, it looked like it flies in the middle pocket, but we know differently. It's not very nice, that. And has he come too straight? I think he has.
1.
Must be pink.
Yeah, these pinks aren't nice into the middle. You've got to force it, stun it into, you know, a very shallow angle of attack. Can't get to the yellow off the black. Can get there off the pink, but these are very missable, particularly at the pace he's going to have to play this.
Yep, that's no good. Old pot.
7.
I don't quite know how he played that one, whether he just got into the pink too much, but he's trying to get in behind it, but anyway, it's gone now. Yeah, just pushing it over for the snooker, which I presume he's got.
Wakelin 7.
Dramatic scenes here at the Crucible. We're only on day one. Both players giving everything they've got for this vital and final 9th frame of this first session.
I think where this is finished, Sean, it must be awkward because Neil otherwise would have been down playing off 2 cushions and hitting it from behind, but where it's finished, he may have to swerve it if he wanted to play that shot. Yeah, he's got to go the other way.
Yeah, he was worried there. Any harder, he was worried of the cue ball going in off the yellow. If he'd knocked it at pace to knock the yellow around the table, the in off was on. So he's completely sacrificed the tactical advantage here to buy himself another shot.
How's the angle, Chris? Well, you've got the yellow. Oh, not quite. It's not quite there. Nearly got bonanza there in behind the black, but
well, just doing all he could there, putting the yellow safe. Chris just needs to be mindful here. If he knocks the yellow full in the face around the house, that blue's near the path of the yellow. Doesn't want a unwanted cannon on the blue and knock the yellow over a pocket or anything silly like that. Yeah, he knows it. He just looked the blue square in the face. Can't risk missing the blue low as he knocks the yellow round the table because he risks knocking the yellow over the bottom corner pocket. Oh, the line on this is good. The line on this is very good. Great shot.
that is a shot and a half. That's as good a safety shot you've seen in the match. Absolutely superb. Played with the check side. Knew he couldn't play the shot that Sean was mentioning because of the blue, and he could not play that any better. He's definitely been in the driving seat in this tactical exchange, and that shot has proved it. That was an absolute corker. He'll settle for that. That is absolutely fabulous for Neil Robertson. What a frame. Yeah, good shot this. Very good shot. That's all he had. And played it beautifully. I think he was initially tempted maybe to play the cut back in the top pocket, but the black is in the way, I think. He played that shot. Not that it's easy anyway. Had a little wry smile to himself. I mean, there's a simple shot, and you just do not want to give the initiative your opponent so he can go and put you in trouble. That's the problem. Sometimes you can't get the ultimate. You can't get your opponent in that much trouble. This is one of those situations where you just got to make sure you get that object ball safe. You might not be able to get the ultimate here.
Well, he's got the angle on the yellow if he wants to go for bingo. Pot the yellow with topspin off 2 cushions for green to the yellow pocket or right middle. Might be worth the risk here because Chris needs the pink. No, he's not having any of it. Thought that was worth the risk there, just to go for the, the pot and try and win the frame. Your opponent needs up to and including the pink. It's in an awkward spot, but not willing to risk it. Tried to screw the cue ball off the 2 cushions in behind the green there. Just enough of the yellow sticking out for Neil to thin edge it. I just wonder if Chris will be tempted to have a go at this yellow. Cue ball would be heading back towards the green. Yellow has ran loose and is potable. But we've seen the players turn down simpler shots than this. Just over a quarter of an hour since Neil last potted a ball. This isn't the type of shot that you want to break that cycle.
Yeah, when he has got a shot here, he can play just topspin, full ball on the yellow. You're not playing the pot. Well, he thought he could get past the green, and he did. So that's just as good. Could he get round the angles on this one and try and get in behind the black? I mean, the green will stop the yellow from moving over anywhere near a pocket. So he could play round the angles. Oh, that's just made the job worse. Look at that, blue and pink. Good luck with them two. Yeah, good shot. And that's the first time really in this safety exchange that Neil Robertson has been in the driving seat. Yeah, and as ever with the snookers, it's not hitting them, it's can you get them safe. And that doesn't look safe, even though it's going to be a lot thinner when Neil gets down.
He missed a red, identical to this, didn't he, in a previous frame on the other side of the table. Much thinner than you think this. Yeah, nicely played. Anywhere but there. Can't do much there, can he, JP?
No, and the thing is, even if you pot this and then you get the brown, for a left-hander, that blue's entirely the wrong cushion.
Five.
So there might be more drama in this frame yet to come. Eight ahead, 22 on. Huge frame. It really is. So what do you do here?
Well, I mean, is there any value? You're 8 ahead, so pot the brown for 12, then you just need the blue. With the pink on the side cushion, is it worth having a go at the blue?
I don't really think how you can... Well, can you get anywhere near it? I mean, I think if you're right in behind it and you can roll it, maybe, but... I don't know. There we go. We're going to find out.
He was never going to go for it, was he? No. That's the right shot. Well played.
Robertson 9.
Both players put so much into this frame. Coming up on 50 minutes for the final frame now of this session. Both players desperate to win it.
And if you can remember early in the frame, 45 ahead, Chris Wakelin missed this red. He played so well up to that point, and since then, Neil Robertson's made the comeback in the frame and might just sneak out of this at 6-3 behind. So that was a very important miss there from Chris Wakelin, although this frame is not over yet.
Well, normally you would say keeping the object ball safe means putting it near a cushion. In a funny way, that's just as good there. Neil can't really attempt to pot on this blue, the blue he needs to win the frame, and avoid the pocket. Maybe he might be able to try and cut it to the left corner. No, played the safety, great shot. Very little room for manoeuvre here, Chris Wakelin. Neil Robertson only needs the blue. Chris needs all three.
Yes, the frame just goes past the 50-minute mark. Oh, he's played a very good shot there. Good pace. You know, for all money, it's looking like it's going to be Neil's frame, but you've always got to be an optimist at this sport. I always think he's still in with a chance. That's a good shot, side to side. Played very well these last two frames as Neil Robertson. Really dug in. And so is his opponent. They've been very impressive today, Chris Wakelin. We mentioned he's been here 3 times before and he's not got past the first round, but he took Judd Trump to 10-9 and he's lost to Dave Gilbert and Bing Tao in the other visit, so he's not lost to bad players. It's just tough school, but he's much improved himself. Up to 20 in the rankings, that tells you all you need to know. And he's still very much in this frame.
Yeah, this is awkward for Neil. He wants to knock the blue up and down. He can't risk chipping it towards the left-hand side cushion. It would be a simple stun shot snooker in behind the pink for Chris. So, looking for distance, I would say. Well, he has chipped it over. Needs the blue away from the pink, otherwise that's a mistake. Oh, he's got away with one there. Goodness me.
Yeah, that was a very dangerous shot to play. If that blue had been just out from the pink, it would have been stun in behind snooker. Well, there was a little bit of luck in it, but it was quite a clever little shot he played. He's flicked the pink into play. So now the 3 balls are in play. So this is very dangerous.
Well, it's extremely thin and you'd be risking the entire frame on it, but that blue is potable. You'd think whoever pots this blue is going to win the frame. Is it worth it?
Well, you have to weigh up the options of whether you think it's harder to get safe. Whatever you do, you have to be fully committed. He's coming round to have a look at it. It is very thin indeed. But I don't blame him taking it on. But you would think 9 times out of 10, if you don't pot it, you stick it up. What a pot. What a pot. Absolutely fabulous. But he's going to need another one. Take it from me, these pinks in this middle pocket from here are very tough. Not a lot to hit there, is there? Unbelievable pot. What a a frame of snooker this is. Neil Robertson has tried like an absolute bear in the last 2 frames. He's put everything into it. But this black for a 7-2 lead for Chris Wakelin. Absolutely brilliant. 3, look at the emotion on his face. Quite right too. An absolutely brilliant blue and pink from Chris Wakelin. And he takes an overnight lead against the Aussie. 7 frames to 2. They'll finish tomorrow night. Neil Robertson's got it all to do. Chris Wakelin, you were brilliant. Well played, son. 7-2 the lead.
Well, big 4 frames here, you feel, for Neil Robertson as he gets this second session underway. It was a surprise to everybody, and certainly including him, to be 5 frames adrift at the end of the first session. But that's what it is. And now it's a question of, can he get back in the match? Always a pleasure to be joined in the commentary box by the 1997 champion of the world, Ken Doherty. Yes, Ken, good start needed desperately for Neil Robertson.
Yeah, absolutely, John. And more so for this man. They want to see a fight back.
That's a good start. That's what the doctor ordered.
Well, of course, he's well capable when he won the World Championship. 11-5 down he was. He checked out of his hotel against Martin Gould. Came back to win 13-12. So it's in the tank. He's won 2 tournaments already this season. He's playing well. But he just has to have that belief. And he needs a really good start. And he needs to win frames in one visit, John. You know, he cannot do it in bits and pieces. Chris Wakelin is playing too well. He needs to score a lot better than he has done.
Played that nicely. Got this red now to the right corner. He can play for the black,
11.
which is the business end of the table, where you accrue the points the quickest. And he did say, I saw the interview before the match, and he said he's going to come here this time around and play more attacking, because we all agree that he's best when he plays like that.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. You know, he said he was more fast attacking snooker. But when I look at the average shot time from that first session, it's 28 seconds. That's way too slow for Neil Robertson.
Yeah, I looked at that, and yeah, that's not what he was after. You're looking 23, 22, 23 seconds a shot.
20.
Anyway, he's got a chance here to score heavily.
Used all of the pocket there. That was a good shot. And all of his cue card.
27.
Looks like there's a bit of a spring in his step. He knows he's got to really put on the skates tonight, you know, and put his opponent under some sort of pressure. He's vastly experienced here at the Crucible. There's his average shot time now. Look at
28.
that. 18 seconds. It's a huge difference. Yeah, lovely shot. Beautiful. This is what Chris Wakelin didn't want. There's nothing you can do. He's got to sit and wait.
Yeah, it's a case of both players don't panic. But this is just the start that Neil was looking for. I know it's an old saying, but you just got to take one frame at a time. Don't push the ball out too much. Don't get ahead of yourself. Stay in the moment.
It's pretty straight in the screen, but he is blessed with wonderful cue part, and no problem to him getting down to this loose red, just the left-hand side of the pack. Perfect. This is a good start from Neil Robertson. Beautiful shot.
47.
Just asking the referee to clean the cue ball. He's got a nice angle. He doesn't have to play a cannon here. There's a couple of reds in that little cluster of 4 just above the black. At least one of them will go in the same pocket as the black, so just a gentle little screw shot.
$55. 56.
The left-hand red of the 3 in the middle of the table, I think it goes to the right middle. He's now looking if he can screw off the side cushion, because I think he's pretty straight on this black. You think the easiest positional shot was to play for that red in the right middle, but it depends how he feels. It's a snooker player's makeup. He wants to make the next shot as easy as possible. But that was the simplest way of doing it, and he's played it nicely.
63.
One more red and a black, and that'll be the first frame taken care of. Just the start he was looking for. Good
64.
opening red. Chris Wakelin. Well, he's experienced enough.
71.
Okay, it was made clear to the audience he's never won a first-round match at the Crucible. But this season in particular, Ken, he's become a completely different
72.
player.
Yeah, Chris Wakelin, yeah, he's had a good season. Beaten some wonderful players along the way. Steadily climbing that ranking ladder. And he performed beautifully in that first session.
75.
Totally dominant. But he's had to sit through this. He knows he's not over the line. There's still a long way to go. This is the start he didn't want.
76.
But certainly the start that Neil Robertson wanted. And this is what he can do, John. He can reel off frames very, very quickly when he's in this type of mood. Just sometimes he gets bogged down, doesn't he? He looks at too many shots. He takes too much time, and I don't think that suits him. I think when he's playing at this type of pace, he's just more frightening. He's more dynamic, more assertive, and looks more confident.
81.
Oh, superb clean cuts. Oh, possibility of starting the second session in style. Century break, possibly.
$89. 90.
And could have done with that rub off the red, because now he's straight on the black. It'll be difficult to get any sort of position on that last red.
Have a look at this for a shot. If it gets behind the red, it's perfect. Oh,
97.
does the red go past the yellow? Not quite sure. He's having a good look at it. Must be pretty tight.
Wonderful shot. And on the blue, his career total century stands at 980. Make that 981. Well, a superb start. As Ken said, just the one he was looking for.
103.
But as we always say,
105.
a century only wins one frame. He's had all the table time. He's got his cue arm going.
Yeah, brilliant break this. Lay down a marker, set a precedent. Oh, good. It was a good effort off the angle of the middle pocket.
117.
Well, it doesn't matter about the paint. The perfect start for Neil Robertson. So is the comeback on? We don't know, because Chris Wakelin, as his snooker, never got a shot that frame. His lead has been reduced to 4. 7-3 he leads.
Thank you, frame 11. Chris Wakelin to break.
Good break off. Anytime you break off and don't leave a pot on, you've got to be happy with that.
Well, that's an unusual statistic, isn't it? Pot success for both players. Neil Robertson, 92%. Chris Wakelin, 89%. But Chris Wakelin has a 7-3 lead. That's hard to believe. That could make a difference, that long pot success rate. 71% Neil Robertson, only 50% Chris Wakelin.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? It's the thing, he started the session. Rest success. Neil leads in that. He leads in every stat. And they say stats never lie. Okay, there's a possibility of making this into a plant, but the main thing is don't leave the red near the corner. And the brown's not a bad target. Brown or yellow, get behind there. Oh, well, he got the plant. It was a bonus, and that's a nice little rub off the yellow.
Yeah, that was well manufactured, wasn't it? Not planned, because it certainly wasn't set. So his priority was the cue ball, of course, back to ball. But as John said, a nice little nudge. It gives him the options of yellow or green or brown here. I'd like to play the yellow. One possibility, maybe bringing the black into play here. Maybe off 2 cushions into the black and red. Oh, but don't forget the potted yellow. That's exactly what he tried. Look, it was the perfect angle into black and red. A little sign of crucible nerves.
Yeah, and just tentatively played. He had the perfect line to do what you said, bring the black into play, but when you looked at the pace in the cue ball, he didn't really open them up. It was just a little bit tentative. Understandable. You know, that big lead, sometimes you don't know how to handle it. You'd only be looking over your shoulder every other shot. But Neil couldn't get the right side of the blue, so it's not an easy chance, this. Black tied up, pink on the commission. Now, can he bring the black into play? That's what he tried. Not quite.
6.
And nothing to go at.
Neil Robertson 6.
Yeah, good pot.
1.
And he's got a nice angle on the green. The pink is slightly been released, if you like, so... But there's still a possibility of playing that cannon on the black and the red. Well, he didn't think it was on. But as I say, with that pink just being sprung into the open, it does give him a high-value colour to go at.
Possibility he could play for pink into the left centre here. Try and leave a nice angle on it and try and possibly disturb
5.
another red. Looks pretty straight in it though. Slight angle. It's not bad. He's on a red into the right corner.
$11.
You would think just potting the red, he's bound to have the yellow as the colour. So not much to do with the cue ball. He's giving it plenty of thinking time. Don't want to overthink shots. That's what he did in the end.
Chris Wakelin 11.
And it's situations like that that will give Neil Robertson a bit of encouragement, because when you're facing a deficit that you started with this evening, you need a little bit of help from your opponent, no doubt.
One.
Well, no prizes for guessing what happens next.
Neil Robertson 1.
We get this a lot now, Ken, don't we? The referee just having a look to see where, if she has to replace it, but Surely it's obvious where the cue ball is, isn't it? It's behind the yellow. Right, he's just trying to nestle on this red, just past the middle pocket. One closer to the left-hand side cushion. No. Too narrow a line.
Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson 4.
Well, Neil being a left-hander, he might fancy this red into the left corner. Well, no.
Well, let's see if she puts it back in the right position, John.
Neil.
So just a minor adjustment. Same mistake.
It's in off, is it?
Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson 4. Neil. Thank you.
Yeah, when you're playing off one cushion, just the throw is very, very wide, so he's got to adjust slightly. This looks a better line. Might hit the knuckle of the middle, does it? Oh, good shot. Good shot.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I always felt he was not going to leave much if he hit the red, which is why I expected Neil to play that. The red to the left corner, but anyway, he's faced now with the safety, and it's not that easy. The red he's closest to, he's not guaranteed to get this back to the baulk cushion.
That wouldn't be a bad choice. Taking the red away from the black, open it up. Playing off 3, possibly 4 cushions back to the baulk area. Oh, doesn't like it. Nice target behind the brown. Oh, is it going in? That's a poor shot. Really poor shot from Neil Robertson.
Well, considering all the thought that went into it.
I mean, it's an obvious shot, that, John, wasn't it? One red onto the other. It's like in a line to knock that red towards that corner pocket.
1.
Didn't make sense the way he played that.
Yeah, and I think that's what we say about Neil, that he thinks about things so much, and then in the end, it's like he confuses himself.
Well, that's gone wrong. Nothing straightforward.
7.
This red is potable, but he's going to need everything that's available to
I'll
him.
be amazed if he plays it. I'll tell you that. The obvious shot here is the red that's just off the left-hand side cushion. Come off that quarter ball and try and get in behind the yellow.
Chris Wakelin 7.
Not a great safety shot from Chris Wakelin. Chance of a cut red here into the left corner pocket. Looks good. Needs a bounce off that ball cushion. Needs a big bounce. Needed a bigger bounce.
Robertson 1.
Well, that was a new way of getting back to bulk.
Well, there you see, this red clearly pots. Another chance. No, not this time. Neil was looking at the two reds. Could he make them into a plan? It's possible. Well, slowly but surely the reds are beginning to open.
terrific pot from Neil, and that cue ball is going to slow up and it'll be nicely on the yellow. So this is a decent chance now. He's knocked some nice long balls in here, Ken, which is a good sign.
It is a very good sign. Slowly building that confidence. Now, he could play for the red, left of the pink, but he could take a chance here, Johnny. Play off 1, 2, possibly 3 cushions into those reds with a lot of pace. Oh, has he played this well? It's okay. Could have been better.
3.
Yeah, the fact that he's left-handed, it's not too bad. If he was right-handed, he'd have to be using the rest here. But the fact he can reach it without the rest makes it a little bit easier. Just got to be careful of that brown. Nice clean pot.
4.
Well, he wouldn't mind the blue into the top pocket, I'll tell you. And there's a key red here, the one immediately to the right of the black. If he can get that out of the way, it'll make the black available into the right corner. And it could turn out to be a very good chance. This is
9.
the red, and it will now make the black available. It's
10.
a good chance now. Frame winning 1. Well, there's those 2 reds close together near the top cushion, which he'll certainly need at least one of those. So it's not a formality.
Yeah, and I think that red left of the black spot, that's closest to the black
16.
spot, that will pot into the right corner as well. So he's okay in that regard. And play this red just below the black. Could play either red actually, but I like this red. Just play the black into the right corner pocket, just stun across. Shouldn't be a problem. Soft little stun here, just get a nice angle on the black.
17.
Could have been better. The angle is going away from the reds. Yeah, he's really needed to be higher up the table with the cue ball. So pink it is. Good pot. Very good.
$23.
20 points the lead. So he's going to need 3 of these reds with colours.
24.
And now, does he risk it? Has he got the angle on the black to play the run through and disturb those 2 reds that are together? Because you're going to need one of them. He's brought them both into play. Now, one good positional shot off this next red, and the frame at his mercy.
31.
Just got to be careful of the green pocket here with the cue ball. He's okay. He's gone around the back of the green. That's fine.
32.
The cue ball's got to travel some distance, but he's got a big area. Try and land that cue ball in. Right above the black. It needs to go. It needs to go, this cue ball. It's a bit short. Oh, poor shot
34.
once again. A little tentative. 31 in the lead, so he needs red and high value colour. But this is missable, and the fact that, well, the cue ball could be careering into the red below the black makes this pot that much more difficult. But if he gets it, it could be a frame winner.
No, he's missed it. And it was just a poor positional shot, as Ken said, off the yellow.
Neil Robertson,
And he's
34.
been a bit fortunate that the second red he ran into has run safe, but Chris Wakelin should be just pleased he's back at the table. Ooh, well, that knocked 3 times.
Neil Robertson would be so disappointed in being a straightforward yellow down into an area anywhere between pink and black. If he goes too far, he's got the red on the top cushion. If he plays it perfect, he's got the red above the black. It was frame at his mercy. But this is not straightforward here for Chris Wakelin. The angle on the black is not good. The angle on the pink is not good.
No, and it's the type of shot. I mean, the red, even if you could get right in behind it, it'd be a tough pot. So basically the decision is now, do I pot the black and then I've got a tough safety shot on the last red? I mean, if he was closer to the black or the pink, I think there might be value in playing the snooker, but... So he's playing the pot on the black. But now he's left with a, it's got to be said, a tough safety on this last red, and we know how good a potter Neil Robertson is, so there's pressure on this to get it safe.
Chris Wakelin, 8.
And he's not got it safe. I think Neil can get past the pink. He clearly can. Don't get me wrong, I'm not making this an easy pot, but it's a chance. Red cover is what's needed.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, but he's got a good cue ball. Chris could use the red onto the black here. And that would make the red almost stay where the black is and then get that cue ball down. Maybe somewhere behind the yellow, so he could have pink and possibly yellow as blocking balls here. But he's got to hit it almost full ball onto the black. Doesn't want to knock the black safe though. Full ball, he's got the red safe, doesn't want to knock the black safe. It's okay. Now it's a big target, isn't it, John, for that cue ball?
Yeah, not so much for Neil, but if Neil leaves a path to this red when he's playing this safety shot, that target, that green and black, could be a good one for to Chris Wakelin to aim at. Good shot. Never easy, those shots, but okay, he was going to leave the red in the open, but he's got a good cue ball. That was the main objective. And now he's going to have a shot at the red. Oh, unless it runs on and runs on. Oh, what it has done. Dear me, I never thought he was going to get there.
It was a brave shot, wasn't it? Because he knew he was knocking the red towards this left corner pocket now. Chris Wakelin, it is a target. It's not too bad to hit, but it's the problem of getting it safe.
And of course, with the miss rule, he's got to hit it. It's a good hit. Well, he's left it over the middle, has he? Yeah, that's the problem. The age-old problem. It's not hitting it. Can you get it safe? He couldn't.
One.
So Snooker will be required after he pots the next yellow. That will put him 28 points in front with just 25 remaining. I don't think he'll be getting too concerned at the moment, Chris. Well, or he shouldn't be. He may be feeling a little bit aggrieved when Neil got that snooker behind the green. He left the red on, as Ken said at the time. It was a very risky shot to play. Anyway, the fractions favoured him there. No way back to the table now for Chris Wakelin.
12.
Just what Neil Robertson was looking for. A good start. Anyway, no matter, it didn't. The frame was well and truly over. So Chris Wakelin came in with a 5-frame advantage. It's been reduced to 3. So Neil Robertson gets the 3rd frame of this final session underway. So far, mission accomplished, but there's 2 frames now before the mid-session interval. He loved both of them, obviously, but I'm certain Chris Wakelin will have something to say about it. To be fair, Ken, to Chris, he's not a clear-cut scoring opportunity. OK, he missed a yellow early on in one of the frames, but apart from that, they've not been lots of them, but Neil seems to have his long potting boots on.
Yeah, another good one. And a lovely angle. Now, can he get it? Enough pace on this cue ball, split the reds. Always need a bit of luck. Needs to stop that cue ball. He's okay. But, yeah, difficult pack to split up there when he has this shot. Wow, this requires gun barrel straight cue on this. Oh, well, that's the best shot of the night so far for me, without a doubt. You cannot cue the ball any better than this. Wonderful cueing.
We flicked the yellow, but it could have been worse. Yeah, and the fact
14.
That red to the middle, and I agree with you, by far the best shot of the night. No hesitation. Just got down, knew it was the right shot, played it, got it.
$15.
I think it's a key point, is the pace of which he plays. And go back to the assertiveness, you know, in his game. He's going to need a good pot here. Blue, in and out of bog, digging down the cue ball.
And it was the fact he was digging down to try and avoid the kiss on the pink and green and brown. caused the miss. So here's probably the chance that Chris Wakelin has been looking for now. Nice easy starter and a chance to score.
One. Eight. Nine.
That was struck nicely. Perfect on black or blue. I think the red at the top of that bunch of will pot into the left corner pocket. A little bit short of the cue ball.
14.
A little bit short. He wasn't good on as well as he should have been on that red. So, once again, a little sign of crucible nerves from Chris Wakelin. He hasn't really settled tonight so far. Yeah, Robertson will be certainly picking up on that. Maybe trying to press home his advantage here. Yeah, compound the pressure. As John said in the studio, he's never won a match here, Chris Wakelin. So that's a big thing in itself. He's in a match now.
Yeah, he's not great on any colour here. He'll play the yellow, left-hander. The only red you think he can play on is the one that's on the right-hand side of the table. Okay, he plays the blue. He'll still have to play for that red. The blue's missable. The yellow not so much. That's why you'd favour the yellow.
Well, like you, John, left-hander, that yellow into the... It's just a natural angle off one, possibly two cushions for this red over the right-hand side.
He seems determined. He wants the pink back on its spot, but... Well, his decision. Knew he was going to leave this red. It's certainly no gimme.
7.
Well, it's a shot he likes, obviously. That's why he favoured that side, so... Now, one good shot here. Lots of top spin. Split that pack open. There's your look. Is he on one? I think he is. Yeah, nice straight
50.
pot, but... Once again, it's certainly not a gimme. He's got to play it with a little bit of stun follow through, you would say, for the black into the left corner.
Yeah, beautifully struck. When people ask me about a tip on snooker, I always say, have a look at Neil Robertson and the way he pushes the cue through straight. And when he potted that red to the right corner, you saw it. And it's so
23.
good. you know, you hit slightly across the ball, you put a little bit of unintentional side on. Not this man when he's cueing well.
24.
Not really a difficult red. Just needs a precise positional shot. Once he pops one of these 3 reds in the middle of the table, the other 2 will be nicely available.
31.
You'd be surprised, and Neil would be disappointed if he doesn't take the frame now at this visit.
32. $39. $40.
Well, that didn't go into the middle of the pocket.
47.
But it went in, more importantly. So, you see it, 49.
48.
Ahead now, black. Put on 56 with 51 remaining. It's been good stuff so far from Neil Robertson. Chris Wakelin had a chance.
55.
And here's the miss. Look at that. He didn't get on that red the way he should have, but still, should have potted it.
56.
Robertson, well, he's like a man on a mission at the moment. Big frame coming up last before the mid-session interval. And whatever happens in this last frame before this mid-session interval, John, I think Neil Robertson
61.
has got himself back into this match. He needed to win at least 3 of the 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
62.
And I think what's more important, when you're in this situation, you need a little bit of help from your opponent. And he certainly had that in this frame. Chris Wakelin had his best chance so far this evening, and that ready miss to the corner.
69.
With the poor positional shot, as you referred to, you know, that just sends a little sign of weakness. Red's not gone in.
69 and a frame.
Doesn't matter. As for another frame for the Aussie, chalked up. And he's now just 2 behind. 7-5.
Thank you, frame 13. Chris Wakelin to break.
So massive frame. Well, for both players. But more importantly, I think for Chris Wakelin here, John, he doesn't want to lose all 4. He'd like to bridge the gap, stop the momentum.
Yeah, it's a funny thing when you have a big lead. I mean, all your pals, and I'm certain his pals are with him, saying, oh, that's it then, you broke the back of the match. And you're entitled to feel that way. But you can never take anything for granted this game because of the nature of the game.
And particularly where you're playing as well. I mean, that has a lot to do with it. So many swings of roundabouts in a best of 19. We saw it yesterday. The defending champion winning 6 in a row, then losing 7 in a row.
Yeah, but I think if I was in Chris's corner now, and obviously we don't know who's going to win this frame, but I'd say, look, you've not played yet. And that is the bottom line. He has not done anything so far this evening. He's not made any breaks. He's done nothing. And he didn't get to 7-2 in front by doing nothing. So, just got to forget what's gone before and look ahead and start playing. Because I think the days of falling over the line have gone.
No, without a shadow of doubt. You're not going to fall over the line against this champion, Neil Robertson. You're going to have to win it.
Just a little rub on the green spoilt it from being a very good safety. Much too thick. He's had a result. The red that went close to the pocket is covered by another one, so... And as it turns out, it's not turned out to be a bad safety. Nothing there. He's got to catch this just right. And he just caught the bump in the middle pocket. I suppose the only upside for Neil with that shot, the red he played has tied up the black. It's a case of potting this red that's closest to the left corner. And getting position, he's got work to do with the cue ball, which is probably why he'll refuse it.
Well, he's looking at the possibility. Those two reds trying to make a plant into this left corner pocket. Obviously, the priority is getting a good cue ball back to balk. Oh, it's not bad. It's not bad. He needs a kiss on the yellow, and he's got one. Nicely picked out once again. Another plant that he's picked out. Nicely executed now. He's got a nice angle on the brown. He could play for a loose red or big target those 6 reds just beneath the pink. He could play into that, take a chance, try and split them open.
Yeah, I think he needs to play a positive shot here. And that's what he's done. And he's okay, he's got one worse way to the left middle, but I've noticed he's got one to the right corner. That was a good, positive, aggressive shot. His first one this evening.
Six.
What a wonderful split as well. Plenty of options here for reds. Pink available, black is brought into play
11.
as well. That was tied up. So couldn't have worked out any better here.
12.
Well, at first glance, it's okay, but he could have done with screwing back
18.
a few inches more than that. Maybe it's okay. Maybe you can play it plain ball and play for the pink in the right corner.
19.
You see, it was just low on the pink, but it's not bad. There's a red immediately below the pink that's available into the left corner. You see, it was just these fractions that were just going against him. You know, you're trying to pinch a bit of the pocket to get the cue ball where you want it to be, and it caught up with him. It's worrying times for Chris. You need the interval, I think, badly.
Yeah, in those situations, you just gotta make sure the pot, as you said, John, just trying to pinch a bit. These pockets won't take that. If he's got an angle, he doesn't have to play for the pink here. He could play up for the blue. It's not ideal for the Reds the way they're situated to play on the pink here.
Yeah, we always say that when the ball's in the jaws of the pocket, but this pink isn't in the jaws of the pocket. I mean, to me, you put this red to the left corner, you leave yourself a half ball pink, and the red immediately above the black looks as though it was in the left corner, so I can't see a real problem here. He's now looking if he goes right over to the right-hand side cushion. I'm not having that. And that red immediately above the black definitely goes to the left corner. I caught a glimpse of it there. It's just one precise positional shot here off the pink, and it's all set fair. He can get the black on the spot. Well, I decided to play it that way. Take a little bit of a chance, but it's worked out okay. And now all set fair for a sizable contribution.
Well, it's worked out a treat. I mean, he's moved the red away from the black into the left corner. He can, nicely on this red, he can play for pink, black or blue here. Pink it is.
8. $14. $15.
Well, he came around, he had a good look to see what was available. Went there, that red, is it in the middle? Is it available into this right corner pocket? Looks like there's enough room. He's perfect on it.
21. $22.
He's just having a good look here, because when the black goes back in the spot, it may block at least a couple of those reds into the left corner pocket. So he's playing for the extreme left of those four around the black spot area.
29.
Well, that's not perfect. He's got the wrong angle. Is he on the black, or can he... Oh, maybe he's got just enough, just to stun through the gap of the three reds here. Yeah, well played. Good shot. And that really opens them all up now. Just had enough of an angle.
37.
As Chris Wakelin looks on, that will be another shot that will haunt him
38.
through the mid-session interval. That pink.
$45. 46.
This was it. If it had been better on the red to the middle, he'd have been straight on that pink and it'd have been unmissable. It's just those fractions when you're playing your positional shots that can catch you out. Well, Neil's left
53.
himself a tricky red here. So there's a bit of pressure on this. Still needs two reds, two colours. No, I didn't think he really played for it, so he must have fancied it. Played it in such a way that he might get the cover. And luckily enough for him, he did. But it was a frame-winning chance. It's gone. No, he needs cover here because this red is cuttable. He's not got cover. This red was always going to be cuttable. Worst way, I think I'd have come off the top cushion and just nestled up to it rather than leave any sort of pot on.
Yeah, it's a poor shot, isn't it? Even leaving the chance here. Somewhere near the green pocket with that cue ball would have been okay. Yeah. I don't think he's going to be on a colour though. Oh, maybe he's on the yellow into the middle. If he's got an angle, it's natural down towards one of these reds.
In fact, he's come down here to have a look at the red. Tells me you're right, Ken. He's got a nice angle on this yellow. Yeah, no problem. Well, he couldn't have played it much better than that.
Great shot. Wonderful shot. 37 ahead. Red and black required. And another frame beckons for the former champion. That was the important one.
11.
This red will stop Chris Wakelin coming back to the table. And he's got a bit of contemplation during this mid-session interval
12.
to do. A couple of glaring misses will dent his confidence. Neil Robertson needed a fast start tonight, and he certainly delivered that.
19. $20. $25.
And maybe, John, the interval will probably come at a good time for Chris Wakelin, just to get his thoughts together as he misses the yellow. Leaves that baller. Chris Wakelin gives him a nod. He had to win the session, and he has done. He's won every frame. He was 5 behind. There's only 1 behind now. Chris Wakelin leads 7-6.
And of course, he's playing, Ken, a proven winner in Neil Robertson, so game on now.
Yeah, bags of experience, hasn't he? And now we're on the final furlong. Both players. 10, the magic number. There's going to be a few twists and turns. There always is. Played incredible stuff to go 7-2 up. Ooh, that's a nice little nudge. Yeah, and he's just got to believe in himself. He's had a wonderful season. He's been playing really well, getting some big wins along the way. He has to, you know, relive those memories and to give him confidence, belief that he can do it on this stage as well against one of the greatest. And I don't say that too lightly, but he is, when he's playing as well as he can do.
Well, taking this red on, it's a tough one because it's almost a full, well, just more than half ball pot. Never caught the jaws. And that was a problem. When it's a thickish pot like that, you're never going to get the cue ball back to the balk end. But it's worrying that he missed it by so far. Well, that was a surprising miss. And I think what JP has said in the studio all night, when Neil started this final session, 7-2 behind, you are freewheeling a little bit because, you know, you think you're second favourite, but now he's closed the gap to just 1 frame, the pressure can come back on you.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it's always great being the chaser, but not great being chased. But look at that. How do you get out of that one?
Well, if it wasn't tight on the cushion, you'd think the red immediately to the left of the blue. Just knock that onto the one over the pocket, but tight on the cushion, you'd have to be very accurate. Don't see any other shot.
Yeah, it's not possible normally. Even if it was you know, an inch, half an inch maybe away from that ball cushion, you could swerve it around the green, but when it's like that, almost glued to that cushion, it's very, very difficult to get the swerve.
Well, he's thinking of playing a thin cut onto that red over the corner. Not much of a target, as Ken said, with it being right in the jaws of the pocket. Much too thin. Where's the cue ball going?
Oh.
It rattled the jaws, but there is a clear path now to this red over the corner. feel he'd play it cushion first. He'd have more control of the cue ball. He's come to see if he can get on the black. Can he? Well, he's not playing cushion first, he's playing it direct.
1.
Don't think the pink's available, so there's a little bit of pressure on this blue. It's the shot to play into the far right corner. Not much to do with the cue ball. Just smooth cueing required. Good shot.
Will that make him feel better?
6.
Play for black here.
Seven.
I'm not quite sure whether the red above the black will pot. When he pots the black, and that's why he's having a good look at. If not, he's got a nice angle. He can pot the black, come off the top cushion, just nudge the red away from the spot. Doesn't look like he's playing that shot.
Now, does the black stay at this end? The brown spot looks to be the only other one available. Just checking. Thinks it does.
14.
I think the black will be available. He's just pointing his cue where he like it. You've got to be high on this. And it begs the question, well, maybe we'll have a quick glance at it. Does the red immediately above the black pot into the left corner? We'll probably see when he's playing this one. No, it doesn't.
$15.
So if the red above the black doesn't pot, makes you wonder which red he's going to play for. He can only just get through to this black. I don't know whether he can pot the black and just nudge the red to one side of it. Can he? Well, he nudged it away, but didn't feel as though he could play on that red, so now he's left with this very tricky red along the top cushion. Good luck with this one.
22.
Well, this is very missable. The problem with this red is he can't just drop it in dead weight. He's got to play it with a bit of pace. This would be some shot. No. He's going to bet that break.
22.
Just the wrong way for me. Made it very, very difficult for himself. And that was a tough pot. Very, very missable. And the red above the black now does pot.
Yeah. And what you suggested when he potted the black for the first time, try and cannon that red away from the black spot. You know, make room for the black to go. And the red had been available as well. He's just trying to be a little bit too certain of being on the next red rather than just take a little bit of a risk.
1.
Sometimes with positional play, you've just got to take a little bit of a chance sometimes.
Well, that's what Neil took, a little bit of a risk, and it hasn't worked out.
8.
He's on the red into this left corner, but once again, needs to play it with a lot of pace and very, very missable.
Yeah, I can't see the value in taking this red on. So playing the safety. Going to use the yellow and brown as cover for the red in the middle of the table.
Neil Robertson, 8.
And he has covered the red, which was the most important aspect of the shot. I thought he was just going to run across the red, but it's okay. Judged it well. Well, the black being knocked to the top cushion has put it completely out of commission for the time being. He's not hit this well. Oh, it was as though the cue ball swerved round the red. It was looked a certain double kiss.
It did, didn't it? Oh, that was a dangerous shot. I'm not quite sure why Neil chose to play that. More difficult from that side, the left-hand side of the table. He had a big target behind yellow and brown. He could have come down the right-hand side of the table. That was a very dangerous shot to play.
Yeah, I can only assume that he was trying to bring the black into play. I agree with you. It was the wrong side of the table for me.
1.
Obviously, that cue ball was never going to go in the pocket. That was a better shot than it looked.
6.
Yeah, he's just struggling.
Chris Wakelin, 6.
Keep thinking he's going to get an inspiration with a good shot, but he can't string them together. He's had opportunities this evening, but he's not made any decent contributions all evening. Good solid pot from Neil.
1. Yellow ball. Free. 4.
Fact that the brown is on the spot. If he plays that blue in and out of balk, just bring it up and down. The spot's almost just right at the brown spot. Perfect. I'm still going to need a good shot here.
No.
Going to come around, have a look. Maybe the pink into the left centre. Those 4 reds around the pink, not potable, so he's going to need a little connection on those just to bring some of them into play. Pink after this red, maybe a good choice. So as long as he's not straight on this pink, he needs some sort of an angle.
He has a slight angle. The problem is with this shot, where does the pink go when it's respotted? Well, it doesn't matter. He's not developed those reds as he would have liked.
16.
This is tricky. This red along the top cushion. Played it nicely.
17.
Well, if he'd have picked it up with his hand, he couldn't have placed it better on the blue than this.
Oh, that was a wonderful shot and a wonderful result. Perfect angle. Doesn't need to hit this with too much pace. Just missed the pink. Bound to be on a red. You would. Oh, well, let's say that.
Yeah, but you called it. The one thing he had to avoid was
22.
kissing the pink.
Yeah.
If he hits the reds, they separate themselves. Hit the pink, it took all the pace out of the cue ball. Now you see it.
Is he on this red into the... No, it wasn't. Just a safety shot. It is a big target, yellow and brown. Try and hide the cue ball behind a decent safety shot, but ultimately very, very disappointed he couldn't win the frame from there.
Well, I'm certain Chris had thoughts then of that red that he played running into the black, bringing the black into play, but it didn't. And there's a pot on here. I'll be disappointed with that. And, even more so the fact he's kissed the blue. So, Chris, it's time to knock a decent pot in. They've been few and far between this evening. Highest break this evening, 22. That will not get the job done.
He's lost his rhythm. He's lost that smooth cueing that he had in that first session. It's gone a little bit ragged at the moment. But his opponent is not taking advantage. Well, he's not going to get a better chance than this. Okay, not to win the frame because it's going to be a tall order, particularly with the red tied up on the cushion and one beside the black, but it's a good chance to get a few points on the board, get his arm going. He's only 2 points behind. We were talking yesterday, John, about the Crucible, about not only the course, but the nerves, what it does to certain players over the years that we've seen, that no other venue does or has the same impact. And Chris, at the moment, is feeling that Crucible nerves now.
Yeah, and of course the Crucible is the World Championship. And that brings every ounce of pressure. It's the pinnacle of the sport. When he came out this evening 7-2 in front, he's thinking, well, I'll just play a decent sort of standard and surely that'll get me over the line. But slowly but surely, as you say, he's just lost all his rhythm. And, you know, you think it's easy to say, right, let's start again, let's get ourselves together, but that's easier said than done. You'll be suffering out there.
One.
As we know, Ken, when you suffer out there, it really is suffering.
It certainly is. And Neil would understand that, and he'll try and pile it on even more. The year he won the World Championship, 2010. The last 16, he was 11-5, famously down to Martin Gould. Checked out a hotel with his bags, came to the Crucible, played that final session.
8.
Won 13-12 and went on to win the tournament.
And I thought it was funny when Rob Walker did the intros. He reminded everybody of that as he introduced Neil Robertson. I was looking at Chris Wakelin.
14.
That's the last thing you needed to hear. So that pink puts him 23 points in front. He's still going to need 2 reds and 2 high-value colours to get to snooker's required. As you can see, the one tight against the right-hand cushion, the one adjacent to the black. It's not easy.
22.
Well, he's got a perfect angle on this pink. Try and hit the middle of the black and the red. Push the red towards this right corner pocket. And that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Quick glance at the score.
28.
30 points in the lead. Red and pink or black will do here.
29.
Very good. Pink. To leave his opponent needing the snooker. Might just... It's one of these situations where you just take the points here and maybe play a good safety shot, because he doesn't want to maybe take that red on down the rail. It's a difficult shot. Could leave it in the jaws. Chris Wakelin come back to the table and play for snookers. So just pot the pink and play a good safety shot.
Yeah, absolutely, because the way that brown and blue are, it'd be a good target
35.
for snookers. So you play the shot so your opponent can still win. And you use that target, and he's played this very well. Is there a gap?
35.
There's always a gap. Not the best shot. As Ken said, Neil's going to be a bit wary here. He doesn't want to leave this red on. He'll want to pot it, obviously, but he doesn't want to leave a chance for his opponent to pot it. And that's not there. So even though he needs a snooker, Chris Wakelin, this frame, very much alive.
Yeah, that brown, blue, green, yellow, big target. This looks pretty good. It looks a very good line. Excellent shot. And this red is missable off 2 cushions. And he's got to be wary if he plays it with any sort of pace. He doesn't want to leave a free ball. He's looking at where he's going to leave the cue ball. If he does miss it, will he leave a free ball? That's what he's looking at now. So he's going to play it off 1 cushion just before the right centre pocket. But if he plays this with any pace, this is dangerous. He's hit it. Doesn't want to go off. Oh, how unlucky. He hasn't left a free ball, but he's left a chance.
Yeah, all of a sudden now, Chris Wakelin can win this frame. Can he put this cue ball in the D to leave himself a straight red? Don't think he can. He'd love to. $33 points of difference. He needs pink or black with this red.
Well, what would you do here, John? Would you take the long red on, try and get on pink or black? And then maybe, if you can do, you could still lay a snooker.
Well, I think what determined my choice is whether I could get a good safety, and I don't think you can, so I'd be playing the pot here. It doesn't look as though Chris is, though. Well, somehow, I think he may have got the snooker. Or if he hasn't, he's certainly not left the pot on. No, he could just an edge of this red sticking out, but be careful of veering off if he catches it too thin. So swerving it. This is dangerous.
Might pot it. Might pot it. Wow. Oh, what a shot.
Obviously, potting it was a bonus. He couldn't play it direct because he could have gone in off. He had a choice to make there, Chris, and it's always the way sometimes when you're struggling. It always turns out it seems to be the wrong choice. And that black going in now just underlines the fact that the comeback is complete. 7-2 in front he was. It's now going to be all square. 7-all.
Neil Robertson, 8, and the frame.
And that's a concession from Chris Wakelin. So the lead has disappeared, needs to regroup, and quickly. 7-all. Yeah, I agree with everything that JP has said. I think the other thing as well, and I know it might sound a strange thing to say, but there's a little bit of embarrassment comes in, isn't there? I mean, the people have come to watch him. He's not played, and then you sort of get down on yourself that you've not produced. And the only thing I can think of, Ken, that could put that right is if he got in and made a decent break.
Yeah, I totally agree. He's had a few chances. He just hasn't been able to convert them. And he will get chances, there's no doubt about it, before, you know, we get to the winning line in the match. But he has to put some sort of pressure under his opponent. He hasn't done the highest break, 22, and these 5 frames. Well, here we go. Another chance, a good safety he played. He had Neil in a bit of trouble. That's a poor return. Yesterday, when he got chances like this, he made frame winning breaks. But there's another. Look, poor shot. Betwixt and between. Playing for pink, overhit it. That's pressure. You lose a bit of feeling in your arm, tension. You start overhitting, underhitting balls. Yeah, how's the position? Looks a good line, needs to slow up. That's a better shot. Just it's the first few shots, isn't it, of the break, John? You know, the first 4 or 5 shots. Just keep it simple. Keep a good rein on the cue ball. And that builds a little bit of momentum, a bit of confidence.
Seven.
You could see he was playing for the black, but the problem is with the black, when it's spotted, is it going to be available? Anyway, he's got his hand on the table. Plenty of reds to go at. And that was a good shot. He's made plenty of room for the black now. Okay, it
14.
only goes into the right corner. So he can't play for the black off this next red. Easy enough red. Can he get round the back of the 2 reds to the left of the black and the black? That's the problem here. One good positional shot, and he could be set fair for a sizable contribution. He's having a look to see if he could play for the black in the right corner, but to play that, he'd have to play with a tremendous amount of right-hand side on the cue ball. It makes even the simplest of pots missable. But he's played it, and he played it perfectly. Good shot. Looked easy, but
15.
An element of difficulty there. So now, this is a golden opportunity.
$22. $23.
And the reds are perfect, aren't they, John? Look, there's so many options here. Just gotta
30.
just again try and keep a tight rein on this cue ball. Hold yourself together.
31.
gets to a point, doesn't it, John, when someone chases you, you've got a big lead, and then they get level, and then all of a sudden, sort of, in a way, the pressure changes a little bit.
Yeah, as you say, it's all right being the hunted, but then all of a sudden,
38.
maybe can relax and start playing. This is a bit better from Chris.
39.
Still, no need to play any cannons, enough reds available. And as he pots one, he'll release another one. It's just all about holding yourself together. And to hit that. And you find
46.
the main reason, when you get up a little bit of tension in the arm, you just don't take the cue back far enough, so you don't get through the ball like you would normally. Not the best time to underhit a positional shot, that.
Yeah, he's going to need a good one. He's going to need a bit of pace in it. He's going to screw back off the red, back for black. Well,
48.
2 for the price of 1. It's a bonus. But once again, he pots this red, it releases the red to the right
55.
of it into the left corner pocket. So everything
56.
looks straightforward, but when you're under this severe pressure, anything could go wrong. 56, black, red and high value colour would be enough. So he's left himself a difficult one. And he's got to commit.
63.
But this is missable. Yeah, well played. It was a poor safety shot from Neil Robertson to let Chris Wakelin in, but he's handled himself really well in this break.
Yeah, and as we said at the start of the frame, this is just what the doctor ordered. He's just showing this packed Crucible crowd why he's here. If you just came in when he was 7-2 in front, you'd be thinking, well, how was he 7-2 in front?
Yeah.
And that red going in will keep Neil Robertson in his chair. I think he's just got the angle on this blue to play for the red that's 2 down from the pink. All of a sudden now he's
76.
getting nicely through the ball. I know the frame's over, but those would be good thoughts to take into the rest of the match.
77. $84. 85.
Just having a look, if he cannons into the pink, will the red just below the pink run into the black and not be available? He could play for the one on the left-hand side of the table, but he's played for the one below the pink. It was always going to be difficult to develop it and be on it, particularly at that pace.
90.
So he'll need a good shot to keep it going, but a lot better. Well, no double, but it'd be a mighty relief. Chris Wakelin has shown this crowd what he can do. And he's back in front. 8-7.
Thank you. Frame 16, Neil Robertson to break.
Yeah, they're all important now, of course, as we're getting closer to the target of 10. Chris Wakelin needs 2, Neil Robertson 3. Bit pacey, that. Much too pacey. I.e. the fact that it had so much pace, it released off the cluster. And this red in the middle of the table may pass the blue to the far left corner. And if it does, you feel that Neil will take it on. Yeah, clearly does.
Well, surely you've got to play for the blue here. He's looking at screwing back for the black, but a simple shot would be playing for the blue, getting topside the blue, leave a nice angle to split the pack, but I'm sort of looking at it with an element of safety. He's got to play for the blue, take this red on. It's in. Oh, he's not on the blue nicely.
Yeah, but this red does go, the one at the bottom of the cluster. Can he get there? Oh, his cue power. He's got a good line. He's got a good line. And he think he's got there. Great effort. He's on it.
Well, is he?
Well, I'm saying he's on it. He'll have a better view of it than me.
It's close, isn't it? Great shot, and he's got a lovely angle. Just want to screw this in. He's got to stun it. That's it. That's the stun. Now, how's your luck? He's okay. That's a wonderful split. He couldn't screw that back because he could have lost the cue ball towards the top cushion. Stunned it in. Lots of pace.
14.
Perfect.
$15.
It just shows you, though, you don't have to do a lot wrong. Chris decided to come off the side cushion, nestle in the pack, overhit it, just a fraction, and that's, instead of nestling into the pack, it just released, left the long pot on, and now it wouldn't surprise you if he doesn't get another shot this frame. It's a fine line between success and failure.
It is, and the standard has ramped up, isn't it?
20.
Makes for fascinating viewing. This is going to pan out. There's going to be
21.
more tension. There could be a lot more drama as well. Played that very well. He forced it in off 2 cushions. Lots of pace.
28.
Get the angle for his next red.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world he'd have liked to have been on the red just immediately above the black. But he just needs another couple of rolls. He's nicely on the red just to the left of the pink.
$29.
I think he was just a bit concerned where the pink was going to go when it's respotted, but that black being available into both corners perfect for scoring heavily.
$35. $36.
That's a poor shot. It wasn't a great angle on the black.
43.
Okay, you can pot this red, but not 100% sure where the cue ball is going. And if he plays with a lot of pace, it's missable. He's got it. Now, where's the cue ball? It's no good. It is no good.
44.
Is he going to be brave enough and take this green on? Wow, what a shot to take on here, John.
Yeah, it's the only ball he can go for.
Green ball.
Big, big shot. It's a big shot.
Foul.
Well, the red going in, I'll tell you what, that could have done him a favour. I'm sure Chris Wakelin would have liked that red to stay over the pocket. That's half a result for Neil Robertson. OK, there's a red to the right corner, but it's missable. Could have expected something easier than this once he missed the green by so far.
Yeah, but he has to look at it like it's a chance that he didn't think he was going to get, so it's almost like a free shot for him. Good shot. Oh, he didn't get the desired kiss on the green. Now left with a difficult shot. It's a shot he has to take on, this black. But well, very missable.
Yeah, and this cue ball's going to... Well, he's digging down, makes the pot more difficult. Tough shot. Good shots. Brilliant shots.
8.
One thing he's got to do when he pots this red to the right middle, just avoid kissing another red. If it's thin, well, maybe you should play up and down for the blue, but he's stunning it in. He decided to play a drag. He needs a kiss now on this red. Does the pink go?
9.
Has he got second prize with the pink? I think he has.
Yeah, he had a look at the pink. It clearly goes, and it was a nicely controlled shot. And this could be, well, a huge steal for Chris Wakelin. Lots of work to do, and Neil Robertson, what a chance he had.
15.
Using the spider, but it shouldn't be a problem. There's nothing to do with the cue ball. Just drop the red in. Cued it nicely. And both these reds, just below the pink, are available. OK, the one immediately below the pink only goes to the right corner, but you settle for that.
$23.
£17 points, the difference.
$24.
It's OK. It's not going to be the easiest clearance because the green's at this end, the brown's at the other end. That's a problem he's going to have to solve later on, but just concentrate on the job in hand at the moment. Oh, well, would you believe it? Slightly put off by the green being adjacent to the cue ball. That's the only excuse I can offer.
Well, that was a wonderful chance for Chris Wakelin. Sporned it. $16 points the difference, so it's not a straightforward run to the line for Neil Robertson. But he does have a nice angle on this blue. He could try and drop behind this red just near the pink. It's not bad. I would have liked to be a bit straighter on it.
Seven.
Not great. This pink is tough. They're using the rest and the extension. And that red on the left-hand side of the table as we look. Well, it'd be an easy pot if you could get right behind it, but off a difficult pink such as this, that's not guaranteed.
Well, what do you think, John? Pot the pink maybe for the points, or maybe batten down the hatches and put a colour safe. He's got a 23-point lead. He's got no insurance at the moment the way the situation of the table is. Yeah. If Chris Wakelin did get a chance, like.
Yeah, it's decision time, isn't it? Neil now looking at the possibility of just playing a safety shot, but I don't see how he plays a safety shot and gets a ball safe here.
Blue ball.
Yeah, well, I was going to say the blue. Just chip the blue maybe to the side cushion. Cue ball down behind the yellow. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
Robertson 7.
Crafty Ken called it right. The age-old problem. It's not hitting it. Can you get it safe? It's just a hit and hope, this, really. Well, he couldn't hope for much better than that. He's not left a pot on. Yeah, clever shot. Easy to hit. But can you get it safe? Not too keen on this one. It depends how much of this red he can hit. I suppose he could hit it half ball, and he can send it to the baulk cushion. Yeah, I saw this happen the other night, you know. I don't ever remember people having a problem with this.
I know it's a new set, a new perimeter, but...
Karen Wilson did it the other night.
Yeah.
It's maybe just that ledge that's sticking out. I mean, if it is interfering with his cueing, that's wrong.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
It's unbelievable. Looked to be in all kinds of trouble. And that little flick on the pink. He wouldn't have gone in off. Well, he could have gone in off the pink. But he's got a snooker from nowhere. And of course, this is where those misviews can be so costly. No hesitation, Chris Wakelin asking him to play again. And these are valuable points in the grand scheme of things.
Okay, Chris. Thank you.
Good shot.
Well, the red is potable. Oh, boy, what a tough shot. I think he's got to take it on, though. He's got to play it and try and leave the cue ball exactly where the red is. Maybe screw it back a little bit, but if he misses it, the red could go anywhere, but there's always the possibility, if it comes up towards his top end of the table, towards the... He could leave a snooker, so he's got to play this. Yeah, he's got to go for it. You take a chance on where the red is going to finish, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, and he couldn't have played it any better than that. He didn't thrash at it. Give it every chance to go in. It's only a fraction out, but... As you say, I think it's safe. I don't think it cuts in. Now, is there a gap between yellow and brown? Certainly hoping there is. Or suggest there is, the fact he's looking where he wants to send the red.
I wonder, is the double on? Can't tell from our position here, but... Played a double with an element of safety. No, played for the snooker. Trying to get that cue ball behind the black, but it's okay. He made sure that the red was safe. That's exactly what you want.
Of course, a few shots ago, Robertson decides to put the blue safe. So that takes a little bit of pressure off him. And getting the snooker behind the green will take a lot more. Got to hit it, got to get it safe.
Well, that's the possibility. One, possibly two cushions. Try and, if you can, hit the red from the back, hitting the ball cushion first and knocking the red up the table. Certainly not easy though, but there's an element of luck with this, isn't there, John? Is trying to keep it safe.
Well, he pointed his cue where he'd like to hit. This has got to be so precise.
I think he's got away with it. It's okay. Yellow's come to his rescue. He'll settle for that.
Puff for the cheeks. You could feel him urging that red to run towards the yellow. Just a little less pressure on Neil in this tactical battle. Because of that blue, you'd feel, or he'll feel, that if he does leave Chris a chance of this red, the blue could be his saviour. Well, I'm not certain what he had in mind, but he'll be pleased with the outcome.
Yeah, I should say so. He's got a full ball snooker. He has knocked the black into a more potable position, which will favour Chris Wakelin if he does get a chance. And there is a possibility, if he comes off this ball cushion, catches this red, sort of three-quarter ball, he could knock it past the black. He might even lay a snooker back here if he catches this right. It's priority, keeping the red safe. Yeah, knocked it past the black, and he's got the snooker. Well played.
Yeah, appreciated by Neil Robertson. So even in the heat of the battle, nice little bit of sportsmanship there. Good shot, Chris. Well, the fact he's left Neil hampered by the blue is no bad thing as far as Chris Wakelin's concerned.
He may double this red across the table. Try and leave it around the black spot. Cue ball back into bulk. Didn't get the right connection on the red, and he's left it, but certainly far from easy. He's taking it on. Long way away. Is he going to get lucky again? It's not bad. It's cuttable.
Yeah, it's cuttable, and I think it's worth a shot at it. As I say, particularly with that blue being a little bit of an insurance for Neil. I see no reason why not to take this on, but he might not fancy it. His choice. But he did fancy it. He knocked it in. It's a nice kiss on the yellow. Oh, and he's finished on the black. Now then, let's have a look at the old scoreboard. 20 points the lead. The black will put him 27 points in front with 27 remaining. So, I don't know. Maybe better playing the brown and then the yellow, and that will put him 26 points in front with 25 remaining. Well, he's decided on the black. It's more of an acute angle than it looks, but made light of it. So now just this yellow, and it'll be Snooker's required, and we'll be all square once again.
Only 1 4-point snooker is required, so he'd like to knock this green in. Yeah, no problem. So it was a frame that lasted almost 30 minutes. But a very important frame for Neil Robertson. Chris Wakelin had a chance.
17.
Missed the black earlier on, it cost him.
Neil Robertson, 17.
And Chris Wakelin will stay in his chair. We are level once again. It's 8-all. It's now a best of 3 for a place in the next round. Fascinating stuff.
Thank you, frame 17. Chris Wakelin to break.
Yeah, as Ken so rightly said, we started off yesterday in this match, best of 19. It's now boiled down to the best of 3. And, well, I suppose we all thought when Neil got back to parity in those first 5 frames this evening, well, the writing was on the wall for the Australian, but I don't know, as you said, there'll be a few twists and turns.
There always are. You know, we saw it last night. Incredible match with the defending champion. Came back from 9-6 down. Was 6-2 up. Lost 7 in a row. Levelled at 9-all. And Magpie fan in the end, the debutant, got over the line. Created the shock of the tournament so far.
Good choice of shot there from Chris Wakelin. Deciding to play the red that was just to the left of the black, making the black available into both corners, so he's thinking positively.
He could have played that better, John. He may have left a possible double here. It's a free shot. Didn't get that cue ball tight enough to the reds as he would have liked.
Is the double on?
He's going for it. No. That's the thing about the doubles here, isn't it, John? Like a crowd in the front row, second row, they can see the line of the red going towards that middle. They know it's in before the player even does.
Yeah, when they stay quiet, you
Yeah,
know it's not
in.
You know it's not in. This will take a few moments to resolve, but I don't think there's any chance of a re-rack here.
There's a double on again. Into the opposite middle pocket. Is that a plant he's having a look at? But if not, this red, the extreme red on the right-hand side, that's not a plant. But the extreme red on the right-hand side of that pack, we could play a double on that. Maybe a possible plant that he can manufacture.
Yeah, he's either looking at the possibility of the plant, or the fact if he plays a double, he doesn't leave the plant. We'll soon know. I think he thinks this is a plant to the left middle. It's hard to tell, but the fact he's given it so much attention, it must be close.
Great shot. Well, what's the angle like on this black? He's well over 6 foot now, Robertson. He might be able to stretch for this, being a left-hander. It's on his right-hand side. But it is a bit of a stretch. It's dangerous. Nicely converted. Nice angle on the red. He can go up for the blue and concentrate on the reds up there. Just going to miss the pink here. Oh, he's digging down on the cue ball. That's a bad miss.
Well, he posted the black. Well, anything's missable now when you get to these situations. Crucible Theatre, the World Championship. So, Chris, you've been gifted a lifeline here. What can you make of it?
One.
Well, I don't know whether he purposely played to the low on this red. It's not a problem, he can pot it. Well, surely he's got to nudge into the other reds. Well, it looks like he's going to screw directly up for pink or blue here.
9.
I suppose that's reasonable. Chance to, if not win the frame at this visit, build up a very useful lead. That's what the concentration will be on. Now, where does this pink go? Bottom of the cluster would be perfect. Yeah, that's not going to interfere with anything.
Thank you. 50.
In actual fact, the pink is available at some time.
16.
Don't think, well, unless the red at the top of that cluster goes to the right corner, I don't think he wanted to be that far on the blue. I know he's got 3 reds in the balk end. As I say, at the moment, it would just be concentrating on
19.
not doing anything, not running out of position, don't miss any easy pots. But sooner, next couple of shots, he's got to think about going into that cluster. Now, I did mention that the pink is available. If he could play it sometime to get on the pink and pot the pink and then open the reds that way. But you need good cue ball control. That's the order of the day.
20.
Well, is that red available? It's
25.
very tight. Looks just about potable, but you've got to be right behind it. So
26.
he's got a nice angle on the green here. He can play for the loose red, but he could play into the pack. I think he's just going to play for the loose red. The ideal scenario. It's not actually going into the pack off the blue here because it
29.
could go wrong. The split. That red that's
30.
on the pink spot, it could hit the red to the left. It's not guaranteed to split the other reds perfectly. Could go wrong.
He's eyed up the line that he wants to take, so this could be the key to the frame. Hits it nicely. How's your luck? How's your luck? It's not bad.
35.
It's not great, but it's not bad. The left hand of the two reds definitely pots. I don't think the one closer to the cushion does. So it's just basically going into what we call a slightly blind pocket. You can see the cue ball, you can see the object ball, but the pocket is not in your eye line. So you've got to pick out the spot and commit. And if he knocks this in and gets on pink or black, it could be a frame winner.
Nicely played. Nice control. And Robertson had a wonderful chance, missed it. Comparatively easy red for him at the beginning of this frame. Well, he could have played that a little bit better. He's sort of stretching over the blue here.
I don't know whether he's not happy using the rest. That's about his rest success. He's had, no, 11 out of 13. That's not bad. You don't want to be overstretching and not get your body in line with the shot. Just short, so he can't get close to the next red.
43.
It'll be the one into the left corner. So he'll just look at which is the best angle to lead. Does he want to stun, just slightly come back, or run through? Does he prefer it from there? I think that's the one I'd like to leave this red as straight as possible so you can pot it and just stun off the side cushion for the black in the opposite corner. That's his choice. And if you get the correct potting
48.
angle, if you pot the red, then the natural path of the cue ball is to leave him on the black. Played it nicely.
49.
I was going to say black or possibly pink, because those three reds are all just covering one another. Don't know if he can get on one of them without disturbing them slightly. He's looking to see if there's a, well, there would be a gap between the two reds and the pink. But boy, this will have to be very, very precise.
No, it's no
No.
good. It was a difficult shot, wasn't it, to play into a very small window.
56.
Didn't have a great angle on that black, but and the break. Oh, I tell you, if he attempts the double here, that would be very risky. He'd be definitely leaving a red to the left centre pocket.
Yeah, but the way the cue ball's finished, there's no, doesn't appear to be a path back to the balk end, so he can't put distance between cue ball and object ball. He's got a 48-point lead, which is a good one, but there's still 67 remaining.
He's got two reds that are pretty safe, particularly on the right-hand side of the cushion. It's not ideal for a left-hander like Neil Robertson. He's going for the double. Has he got it? Oh, it was close. He tried to put the black safe as well. So it was a good break, but not enough to secure the frame. Yeah, Robertson try and bring one of these safe reds out into the open. Try and get that cue ball back behind the black here. Oh, this looks good. Yeah, lovely shot. Covered four reds. Sort of forcing Chris Wakelin maybe to take the... Well, he might be on one of these reds below the pink. What does he do? How does he get it safe? The ideal red would be to play the one that's near the balk line on the left-hand side of the table, but that is a little bit risky.
Gallant attempt. Don't think he's quite got the snooker. And I think playing it like that, he was hoping that the pink, the blue would go safe. The blue's gone reasonably safe. Well, he's just about covered this red. I mean, easy hit, but how do you get it safe? He can get through to the side cushion, but he can't get through to the red directly.
And that was a wonderful safety shot, the way it's worked out for Chris Wakelin. Get that cue ball back there in that position.
Well, this is asking a lot. This is asking too much.
Foul. And
No
a miss.
way.
Chris Wakelin 4.
But he wasn't going to leave this red should he miss it. So 52 points to lead. This red and the natural angle in potting it will take him down to the black. His opponent will need snookers. I mean, I know the easy thing is to say, put it back. Told you it was easy. But what happens this time if he gets it right?
Chris.
Shot he was playing there, Neil. I'm not certain about it. Mainly because I think that left middle pocket might just be in the way of what he's trying to do. Oh, he's trying to do it off one cushion now and he's misjudged it.
Foul. And a miss. Chris Wakelin, 5.
Well, this time there'll be no hesitation putting it back.
Rob, can we check the blue, please? Thank you. Foul. And a miss. Chris Wakelin, 5.
Getting nowhere near hitting or getting out of the snooker at the moment. I assume he's playing the red near the blue. He's going to hit it this time. Oh, he's not.
Foul. And a miss. Chris Wakelin, 4.
This misrule is just a harsh rule to me. You know, we know that Neil Robertson's trying to hit this red desperately. Of course, he's got to hit it this time, otherwise he'll need a snooker. I never thought that the misrule was for these situations, to be honest with you. But the players accept it nowadays.
Looks better. Yeah, well played.
Yeah, so 66 points the difference now, 67 remaining. Now, Chris Wakelin, when Neil Robertson first missed the red, had a chance to put that red in the middle, get on the black and leave it in need of snooker. Now he needs to knock this in. It's frame ball. So this frame, although he's made Chris Wakelin a big favourite, but well, he's had a chance and he didn't take it. What a pot from Neil Robertson. Needs a bounce.
Oh, what a shot. He needs a black, 4 reds and blacks to win by 1 point. Wow. And that's the first one. Now what sort of an angle has he got? Well, it's not great. He's a bit short on the red into the right centre. He's a little bit short on this red into the right corner.
Yeah, and of course if he can't get on the black, then he can't go for the pot. It's as simple as that.
Unless he plays for the pink, John, and maybe plays for the draw.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Good pot, but he's left himself.
9.
Well, very difficult black here.
Oh, it certainly is, but he knew that this was all he would have. If he misses it, he's lost the frame. Great shot. He's knocking the red away from the cushion. What a shot. And in a funny way,
17.
he's got the perfect angle on the black. I don't think he'll be playing the cannon on the red near the blue this time. The reason I say that, if he pots this black, gets nicely on the red, gets the other black, then he can get control of this safety exchange. Playing the cannon on that red near the blue is very risky. Well, he has played it.
Oh, what a shot.
He has played it. Well, he's taken the risk, and it's worked out for him. This would be one of the greatest clearances ever.
It's not ideal. It's not a great angle on the black. He may have to leave the red from distance. But he's such a wonderful long putter. Won't bother about that, but he would have loved to have got close to that red. So red into the green off maybe 3 cushions back for the black.
Where's this red ball going? Where's the red ball going?
Robertson,
It was going in a bit harder, but Neil Robertson there, he just seemed to come to the table and he was determined to make things happen, and he nearly did it. That was just one shot too far, and all is needed now for Chris Wakelin is this red. And he's going to be 1 frame away from victory. That would have been some clearance, but it was all on a knife edge.
Eight.
Well, there'll be no way back to the table now for Neil Robertson. He started
10.
this evening 7-2 behind, got back to 7-all. Chris Wakelin now is just 1 frame away from his first ever victory at
13.
the Crucible Theatre. He's never got past the first round before.
$17.
Neil, well, we'll be preparing for the next frame now. Doesn't matter about the blue. Neil will stay in his seat. And Chris Wakelin has just steadied the ship slightly, you feel. And Neil Robertson, once again, having to respond. He trails 9-8.
Thank you. Frame 18. Neil Robertson to break. Thank you.
Too much bunny for me.
Yeah. You'll be spitting feathers in a minute, John. Okay. Not a great break off from Neil Robertson. Chance. Shot to nothing for Chris Wakelin. Yeah. Must get that cue ball tight on the ball cushion these days.
1.
Leave a red out. Generally, these players knock them in. So, first chance to Chris Wakelin. good thing about the situation at the table, there's a red left or right of the pack here, so anywhere past the blue on either side, he'd be okay. Black available into both pockets also. Got to get it past the line of the blue. Needs to travel, needs to travel. Just about.
4.
But it's not a great angle, is it?
No, not perfect by any means. Straight on the red. Run through nicely for the black, but as you say, not the best angle. Going to play the pot, but you don't have to judge how it runs through the second red. I think the black still goes. Well. Half a pocket. Suppose you could play it dead weight, Ken, and if it didn't go in, it'd stop the red closest to the pocket. Right. It's a brave shot to take on.
It is, yeah, and it's one of these. If you're in your local club, you'd hit it to that right-hand jaw, wouldn't you, and hope for the pull. Well, they don't do that on these tables, so it's pink into the right centre. Difficult shot, this.
Oh, terrific pot. And he's got one to the right corner.
11.
Well, that was really well played. Here's your chance. Build up a real useful lead, and we look at Neil Robertson in the background, sat in his seat, wondering as his comeback, his great battling qualities this evening, all been in vain. I assume this red that's just released from the main bunch does go to the right corner, but we know the black doesn't. So in playing this, he'll have to go up for the blue.
19.
He didn't fancy the black to the right corner previously. Don't see how things have changed. Have to force it up for the blue. Got to be accurate with the pot.
Well, it's not going to reach top side, but there's enough angle to go in and out of bulk. Just missed the brown, missed the yellow, and come down that left-hand side of the table.
Didn't really get into that enough. Okay, he's still on the red, but
25.
He should have been further away from the side cushion. It's a tougher pot now than it should have been.
$26.
Now, I'm not certain whether this red just above the black pots. If it doesn't, I'm not certain what he can play on. He's looking desperately to see if there's a plant, and well, that red above the black doesn't go. Is there a plant?
Well, there's two reds in a line, but if they're touching, that means they wouldn't be able to make it because they would throw it offline. The red above the black doesn't pot. But you see the two reds, they are in a line. The red to the right of them is maybe in the way. That would be very risky to play on that. The only red I think you can play on here, John, is the one that's close to the right corner pocket.
I don't think there's intention to go into those. I can't believe it was. And if it was, you play it with more pace than that. Now,
28.
it begs the question, is he on anything? Can he see enough of this red? It looks like it goes. Can he get to it and not hit the pink? He thinks he can. And it goes, not great position on the colour.
29.
With that cue ball being close to the cushion, this doesn't make the blue any easier, and he can't play it plain ball because you feel for certain he'd run into the yellow and that would ruin his position completely, so... Well, he's not digging in. Can he avoid the yellow? He did. He played it with pace to widen the angle. He's done pretty well there.
34.
Every credit.
Yeah, that was a wonderful shot. He's on a couple of reds here. This red into the right corner as he just misses that yellow. Lots of top spin. The red is just below the pink spot is available, but this red is cuttable as well. He's struggling with the cue ball. He's still not perfect, but he keeps potting them.
Yeah, applause from the other side of the table. I think that's why he's got up. He's asking the referee to clean the cue ball, but I think he noticed that there's going to be noise from the other side. I think that match has come to a finish. And I think Chris was aware of that. And the last thing you want to be doing is playing one of the most important shots of your career with noise going on. So, did the right thing. There's a red at the top of the cluster, goes to the left corner, opposite one to the blue. Blue's right in the heart of the pocket. What a chance, 40 points the
40.
lead. Still needs, well, you'd say 4 of these remaining reds. Oh, where's that cue ball going? Where's the cue ball going? Oh, dear, dear.
Well, would you believe it? More drama. More tension. More heartache.
Yeah, and it just shows you, he must have known that was on. Do you think he just overscrewed it? Because he couldn't get the right side of the blue anyway, comfortably. I think he just overscrewed that.
And I think he's left a plant, John. What's worse, these two balls are in line into this bottom right corner pocket. He can make this as a plant, so a straightforward shot for Neil Robertson. It's a double whammy for Chris Wakelin. It's in. And the cue ball is nice. So many twists and turns already in this championship. Matches. Are we going to see another here? This looks good. He'd like to get on the black here when he puts this red and then try and separate the black and red. The black is available into the left corner, not into the right.
Yeah, just pointing his cue there. He'd like to be low on the black, and as Ken said, in potting the black, just nudge the red that's above it out of the way. Oh, has he hit it hard enough?
5.
That was a weak shot, has to be said. We know the black does go on its spot because nothing's moved in that area. So Neil can look to me all he likes. I can't believe this black doesn't go back on its spot. Have you seen it move any time?
No. It was an heavy one as well, wasn't it? He needed to push that cue ball through another couple of inches. He could play for the red that's closest to the right corner.
Well, I think that's his only option now, isn't it? Make the black available into both corners and have another chance at pushing that red away from the black.
Yeah. Possibly he could play for the red just below the pink spot, deep screw. Try and play for that red into the right corner pocket. But
the thing is, with all these situations, and this is the other thing with pressure, it's trying to think clear, keeping a clear mind. Well, he's held the black spot, has he?
Yeah, I don't think the black will have to go on the pink spot, which is not a bad thing.
No, that's a
12.
good idea. Oh, it needed due care and attention, that red though. And will that be Neil Robertson's last shot in this year's World Championship?
Thank you.
It was a positional shot on the black, the shot before, that caused that problem.
1.
He'll fear the worst, I'm sure.
Yeah, 25 points behind. Oh, this will be interesting if this black goes. This red may not be potable. I think he's made a mistake here. If this black goes on the spot, this red is not potable. He's made a mistake. He's made a big mistake. What a mistake to make here. That is unbelievable.
Right. As I said, in these pressure situations, keeping a clear mind, and we were saying when Neil played for the black, that's why he held the spot. Nothing had changed.
Where does this red pot? There's a pot up past the blue into the yellow pocket. Does he have to... Well, there's that pot. Is he going to play it into the middle?
Yeah, middle's the short. It doesn't pass the blue, so left middle it is.
Oh!
But it's not there. Well, what a reprieve for Neil Robertson.
Chris Wakelin 8.
He's got away with it, John.
Well, I'd look at the other way. I think I'd be getting away with it, that I'm still in the tournament.
Very true. Neil Robertson, well, he's like a greyhound out of traps out of his seat there. He couldn't believe it. So the drama continues. Needs to avoid the green. Needs to avoid the green, and he hasn't, and he's left a shot. Chris Wakelin, poor shot from Neil Robertson. A lot of tension out there.
Has he got the cover? Has he got the cover? He has. The brown has come to his rescue. He'll have to play the swerve. There's no other shot to play. He can't leave it there.
I think he can make the swerve. Okay, the red is not in the middle of the pocket, but the swerve at that distance, it's not too bad, is it? But, of course, the pressure, anything is missable.
First time we've seen Chris Wakelin smile all night. Now, he's had a look at this red just above the black. Is he thinking of playing a cannon from that red above the black to the one over the pocket? That's what he's going for. He's playing a cannon. Got the cannon! Oh, went it off! But that's not all bad. That is not all bad. He got the red away from the pocket. Could have been a lot worse.
It was a great shot, wasn't it? I mean, it was an amazing shot. You called it, John. Very unlucky to pot the cue ball as well. Now, this red does pot. It's certainly far from easy, but he could play it in such a way the cue ball would be going back up towards that black, pink and green where he can get cover. So.
No, I don't think he's playing the pot. He's playing the safety. He's trying to get in behind the black. Swinging it round off. 1, 2, 3 cushions. It's a great line. It's a great line. Not got the snooker. But in trouble. There you go. That's the magnificent Crucible Theatre. Play on the other side has finished. If this did go to a decider, that wall would be lifted up. And there'll be a lot of people on the other side hoping it does go to a decider.
A lot of people have stayed over there as well. Now, what do you do here?
Try not to leave a pot on. That's all you can do. How you do it? Well, it'd be a lot easier to work out if you're right behind the shot.
No, he's played it well.
Good shot. The table there, didn't he? Yeah. Didn't let him down. In all
he
fairness.
trusted it, yeah. Good shot. Still, big target once again up behind that black. Oh, this is not good. Might go in off here.
Where's the cue ball going?
Robertson 4.
Neil, without any hesitation, and this is the old rule, before the misrule, player makes a foul, you can ask him to play the next shot. In other words, put him in again. And he's missed it, and he's hit the black, and these are valuable points that Chris is giving away here, and he's left a free ball. Definitely a free ball.
Wow.
Yes.
It's a free ball, for sure. And that makes a big difference.
Massive. Now, I mean, just on the face of it, I look at it, pot the brown, that will count as a red, just to explain the free ball rule. You pot any colour, it will count as 1 point, and then the colour to follow. Now, if you can pot the brown in the middle, you'd be on the black, pot the black, come down for these 3 reds. Couldn't be better situated, but it's a tough brown to the middle. But it's a chance that's come from nowhere.
Brown ball.
Doesn't want to hold the brown spot here because the brown will go on the black spot. That wouldn't be any good for him. As he held the brown, he might want to hold the brown now.
I'm just thinking, yeah, I'd rather be holding the brown spot than be hampered by the brown.
Big decision here for the referee. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. That is a big decision. She's trying to get it on the spot. Makes a huge difference.
Now, how much of the cue ball can he get to without having to... Well, he feels that if he's striking down, he won't be able to impart the backspin that is required. The problem is, you see, with this shot, he's having to play it with left-hand side. So that left-hand side will check it, and it'll be difficult to get the pace to come down on the reds. But give the black due care and attention, because putting left-hand side, the cue ball will throw. I mean, you could think, well, snooker behind the brown, but, you know,
it's no advantage, is it, really?
No,
because
it'd be an easy hit, wouldn't it?
It's an easy hit. It's such a big target. Such a big target, those 3 reds. So, what a decision. The referee, the right decision, a very brave one as well.
He's having to bite the bullet and just nestle up behind the brown.
Robertson 1.
Sometimes the balls dictate what shot you play, and that was a perfect example. As we say, it's a big target. That's not to say that he couldn't overhit it and leave a red on. 24 points the difference. Still a possible 51 remaining. Yeah, I like your way, Ken, because that takes the possibility of hitting the blue out of the equation. It's a good line.
Yeah, good shot.
It's a good line. Is it a good length? It's perfect. Good shot. It's too thick. Been a bit fortunate, in all honesty, to leave Neil hampered by the black. That was not the way he intended to play it. I don't think it's too much of a problem. The red closest to the right middle. Play a cross double on that. He's just got to make certain he hits it correctly. It needs to bounce into the middle. Oh, well, that kiss on the blue has helped slightly. But this red is possible. It's a half chance. At the stage of a match, you settle for that.
He's got to try and avoid both reds. Red on top cushion and that red on the right-hand side. He has done. And if he gets a nice kiss on the yellow, he'll be perfect on the black. What a shot.
Still needs this black. And one
Black
more red
ball.
in the colour to get to Snooker's required. This is a lovely line. Doesn't want to be straight on this red. And he is.
Hey.
You know this game will never come easy. As I say, he pots this red, he gets 33 points in front, but there's still 35 remaining.
No. No. Oh, has he got away with it again?
He's got away with it.
You're joking me. Oh my goodness, what more can happen in this frame? How many more twists and turns? Why play the red so pacey, John? Why not just drop it in dead weight?
Yeah. Does Neil think he can cut this in? Doesn't look like it to me. The other problem he's got, if he plays the cut, this cue ball will be coming back off this top cushion, right back at the Q-tip. Can he cut it in? I didn't think he could. I didn't think he could. And that surely will now be his last shot in this year's Halo World Championship.
Thank you.
The only thing I would say, Ken, he has been put through the ringer tonight as Chris Wakelin.
Yeah, and he just got a little bit of luck when he needed it.
Yeah.
And that happens. Sometimes you need that little bit of luck just to get over the line.
Yeah, for all the skill there is in snooker, that run of the ball, it does help. And that's it. And Neil Robertson, well, how hard he's fought. He got back to level. And he's saying that's fine, mate. And he doesn't have to bother. Such a good sportsman is Neil. He'll be disappointed, particularly in the first session, which, when he trailed 7-2, left himself a mountain to climb. He climbed the mountain a couple of times, but he just couldn't get to the peak. He'll be back. He's too good a player not to be. But congratulations to Chris Wakelin. At times this evening, he never got going. But when it come to the end of it, he just dug in. All right, a little bit of run of the ball. But every credit, and for the first time